Ah, hello. Hello, Sally. Hello, Abby. Hello, Nebula. Hi, Clara. Thank you for the Wii subscription, Salia. I start the game. And yeah, the Valhalla soundtrack is good. My model's a little wonky. Why is it so far over? I think my hotkey for changing what, for changing my, camera did not work. Effie, thank you for the resubscription. Also, Jingly. Here's the game. 1 second. I need to open VC Face and make this work. There we go. I don't know why that didn't work. I have a hotkey set up on my Stream Deck that it should just press that automatically. But you know. This game is really good though. I've already done a playthrough and unlocked a decent amount of secret stuff. Because I did a thing that lets my subsequent runs be a lot easier. Plus just unlocked some endings and stuff, which was kind of necessary. Let me turn up the game for y'all. But, it's a really good life sim. You can notice I have 3 characters on the main menu. And that's because, this one, beside my head, is Tange. And the one in the back is Dis. And you get them on the main page from, getting them to 100 friendship. So, those are the 2 characters in my one run I've done that I got to 100 friendship. And then the person laying down is the main character. I got them through doing the secret run stuff. I will pull up the content warnings. Just so you know. Major character death, children in peril dying, animal cruelty and death, body horror, implied sexual content, drugs and alcohol, violence and text, mental health and trauma, domestic abuse, and traumatic global events. To be fair, we won't see some of those. Like children dying, we probably won't see any of that because I have ways to save them, and I know the ways, so. But we start new game. This will become apparent very quickly. But this game has semblances of like multiversal stuff and time stuff. So, you know, I'm on my second playthrough and it says, wake up again. You wake to chaos, confusion of light and heat and smoke, fire. Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here or what on Vertumna is happening. Something important you need to remember. Hello, Rally. Also, hello, Hive. I meant to say hi and then I got distracted. Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. But your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. Figure appears from the flames. It's your friend. Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is a ringing in your ears. Try to stand up, but one of your legs folds uselessly underneath you. Won't hold your weight. Friend pulls you out of the rubble, throws your arm over her shoulder, and half drags you towards the door. Through it, you see a deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. Shake your head to try to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? Creature howls and lunges, its jaws open. I'm doing good, Rally. That's nice. My voice is honestly a little rough. I'm gonna turn the game up a bit on my end, because I actually have it quite quiet. You were born on the Stratospheric, Earth's first colony ship, halfway through its 20-year voyage to a wormhole at the edge of the solar system, well, the Sol system. Parents run the hydroponic gardens which make fresh air and vegetables for the ship. Like the other colonists, they bravely chose to make this one-way journey to the uncharted planet Vertumna 4, in the hope they could escape Earth's troubles. Had you the old-fashioned way, merging their genes like they merged their cultures and traditions. They name you Solana Say, Solana, or Solane. I prefer Solana Say, but I really like Solana as well. Since I mentioned there's like multiversal stuff, the default name for your character in all timelines is just Sol. But I like Solana Say. You're a bright-eyed child with an active imagination. Sometimes too active, your mom says. And then we have pronoun sliders. Really, they're just choices. You can do she, her, they, them, he, him, or if you go into the middle, you can custom change literally every single way they ever refer to you in the game, which is really nice. Hello, Bat. It's nice to have you here. So, you can change like your default pronouns, but then you can change, all the conjugations, all the ways they'd ever refer to you. Like what they call you as instead of kid, or like girl, boy, stuff like that. Also, I'm going to turn skip scene text off. I had that on before though. But for now, we're gonna do she, and we're gonna do a feminine appearance in your late teens. You can choose feminine, androgynous, or masculine. They all look kind of the same, which makes sense, but they have differences. Your earliest memories are of your 4th birthday. It's a big cake with a neat hollow effect that looks like fire. When you reach out to touch it, all you get is a handful of icing. Yummy. Your favorite present is... okay, there's several things we get to choose here. And normally we don't have all of these options. And normally we don't get to see what they give us. Because I'm on a second playthrough, like I said, with the multiverse on like Second Life and all that stuff, we actually get to know. So, there's your mom's gardening trowel, animal book from your dad, a doll from Antecedent, Captain Udicott's old hat, a learning tablet from Professor Hal, and a sports ball from Security Chief Rhett. All of these give us different stats, like +5 toughness. We don't get to see our stats just yet, but +5 toughness, +1 bonus to pairs, +5 reasoning, +1 all flushes, +5 empathy, +1 bonus to straights, +5 persuasion, +1 bonus to pairs, +5 animals, +1 all flushes, +5 biology, and +1 bonus to straights. I have found the optimal build to kind of do everything in the game possible seems to be engineering. Anything to do with engineering. So reasoning in this case. Because engineering is used for a lot of friendship-based things, but also a lot of events in the game. A lot of skill checks are based off of engineering. Usually not specifically reasoning, so I'm not sure if we'll take the reasoning bonus. And I think we'll just look at like the +1 bonus to card challenges specifically. We tend to get a lot of flushes, and also I kind of want animal stats to get a specific friendship this run, so I'm gonna go with the animal book. best part is the chapter about the dinosaurs. Earth had lots of animals, but there are none aboard the stratospheric. Dad says Vertumna might have had animals. We won't know until we get closer. Follow your dad around the gardens, pretending to be a dinosaur. Thank you for the resubscription, Nebby. And also, hi Josie and hi Mish. How are y'all? And then here's another thing we get to choose. From as early as you can remember, you've had vivid dreams every night. Dream about your friends, but they're more grown up. Dream about your parents too, only they're more serious. At night you explore a vast, unexplored wilderness under wide open skies, enjoying the feeling of rain hitting your face. Except sometimes you dream of monsters. Sometimes the bad dreams make you scared to go to sleep. So every night before lights out, your dad tells you a bedtime story. You often ask for tales of Earth, a place you've only seen in holovids. Your dad doesn't want to talk about it. How about we save that for another time, he'll say. Or maybe when you're older. He prefers made-up stories. Your favorite is Sir Knight and the Princess Petticoats, Superhero Justice Warriors, Future Dog and the Space Cadets, and then ship engineering manuals. Which, you'll notice, this has an icon that says, from a past life. And that exists because we did a very special thing in my first run. To unlock this, it gives me +1 skill on all mental challenges, and +2 to mental skill challenges. This is required for something we are about to do. Forget fiction. Strange drawn to the diagrams and equations in a manual that accidentally found its way into the shelf of the kids' books. Spend hours defining the meaning behind these cryptic pictures. Dad tries to explain them to the best of his abilities. And then, every child on the stratospheric is given 1 genetic enhancement. By age 6, you see the first sign of yours. We can have Eagle Eyes, which is +1 skill on toughness challenges. Extra Fingers, which is +1 skill on creative challenges. Absorbent Brain, which is +1 to mental. And Super Strength, which is just a 5 card for toughness challenges, which is probably the least worth of all of these. And then Calm Temperament, which means you get less stress from all events, which is basically your energy meter. Every time you do something, you get stress, and once it reaches the top, you have to take a month to relax, and you can't do anything. So I find Calm Temperament to be the best, because it works for things, and then it works for some special things we'll do later. And if you choose nothing at all, you just get 30 kudos, which are basically currency. Oh, interesting, Salia. But we get +10 empathy and gain memory Calm Temperament, which is a card we can play. Nothing can faze you. You're rarely frustrated and you don't let anxiety get the better of you. Brush insults aside, always play nice, and never have told to be sharing. And never have to be told that sharing is caring. You're especially nice to your friend. Energetic and loyal Anemone. Which is that girl right there. Tough and gentle Cal. Bold and confident Mars. Quiet and adventurous Des. Studious and mature Tangent. And shy and sweet Tammy. And then you'll notice I have another past life thing. The ship's computer congruence. Because in my special little playthrough I did, we end up finding out that congruence is actually sentient. She's not just an AI that runs everything. She actually has feelings and it's the same as everyone else. There is one thing I want to show here, though. Specifically. If you select Tange as your friend, which I fucked up. Normally it gives you a button to go back. We're going to reload. If you select Tange, you end up finding out that she's trans. Which, interestingly, we didn't get this time. So I'm just gonna reload. But that's okay. But Tange and Dis are my 2 favorite characters here. And they're twins. They're both twins. We're just gonna skip through this because I'm sorry I had to restart. But they're twins, and you might notice that, Dis is a boy and Tange isn't. And it's because Tange underwent gene therapy to match her gender identity. And it's very sweet. Also, Dis is very good. I like them both a lot. I am going to max befriend both of them in this playthrough. I'm going to try to get other friendships. But I am specifically going to max out friendship with them because I love them a lot, and I don't feel right if I don't friend them, especially because of things that happen later on. Also, rally. But so we're gonna select congruence. By the time you're 8, you spend more time talking to the ship's computer than kids your age. Plus 10 reasoning, plus 10 engineering, and congruence, which this card is a value as wild card. Also, look at congruence. Just look at all the stickers and stuff on her. All the decorations. Ship's artificial intelligence, a vastly powerful computer system which runs everything from life support to the HoloNet archives. She has a sense of humor too. She, her. You just seem to know things about her without understanding why. Like how to ask nicely for her to treat you like one of the adults, unlocking commands that the other kids don't even know exist. It's a trick you do, a string of numbers and letters recited in a whisper. Secret language between you and her alone. Again, this is because we figured out that she was sentient in a playthrough before. So we understand everything about her. 10 years old, and the ship finally reaches the wormhole. Professor Hal says it's like a doorway to the other star systems, with the planet Vertumna 4 on the other side. And emergency drills for months to repair. 8 stress, -2 from calm temperament. The day finally comes. It starts with a rumble. Things start to slide off the tables. You hurry to gather near the escape pods, just in case. Single file, everyone, Professor Hal instructs you to follow him. Dreamed of this day since you were in diapers, one of your earliest memories, even though it hasn't happened yet. As the ship passes through the wormhole, the shields will fail. If you don't recalibrate them, parents' hydroponic farms will be lost. You do as he says. Try to slip away, or recalibrate the shields from a past life. Give Professor Hal the slip. Move your practice for this day and rush to the engine wing, past confused adults who try to stop you. Find the nearest congruence terminal. Enter the root access code from a past life. Congruence agrees to help you, because you're her friend, and because you know her favorite string of letters and numbers. Access code accepted, she says. Please enter the shield calibration parameters. You spent your childhood studying the ship's design and still have that old manual from your 2nd birthday. Give Congruence the command. Block the wormhole radiation. Let the radiation through completely. Relieve the shields at half strength. I would save here to show you what these others do, but I'm not going to because I can't. But I will give you a brief description since I've already spoiled a lot of the secret things. Block the wormhole radiation is the one we're going to do. We turn the shields up to full power because it turns out they've been left at half strength. If we let the radiation through completely, we turn off the ship's shields and the ship explodes while going through the wormhole. Which, kills everyone and destroys the wormhole. Which means you end up getting, when you start a new game, you get a scene where your multiversal self ends up greeting you, and then you have a scene on Earth, because in that timeline, you never left Earth. There was no reason for a colony ship to leave because there was nowhere to go. And you get a scene on Earth, which is, barren and overrun by capitalism, and then your compound gets overrun eventually by desperate refugees like yourself. And your multiversal self comes back and is like, that wasn't a good ending, was it? But leave the shields at half strength. That's how the game normally goes. The hydroponic wing of your ship gets destroyed when you crash. And there ends up being a famine at year 4 in which if you don't do specific things, people die from starvation. But we are going to turn the shields up to full, and we are going to not have to do that because it'll save me a lot of time and make this run a lot easier. Turbulence stops. The ship glides smoothly through the wormhole and out the other side with no damage. You did it. The wormhole effect recedes. You feel a sudden intense wave of dizziness, like gravity has gone all topsy-turvy, pulled downward with irresistible force. Wormhole may have spared the stratospheric, but it will never let go of you. You black out. Gradually, your consciousness reforms. You wake up in the med bay. Bed under you plays a soft tone and an automated voice speaks. 2 weeks have elapsed. Patient's cranial injury has completed healing. They may now safely be discharged. As the fog lifts from your head, you realize something about this room. It's so bright. Try to focus on the window. Something is definitely different. Sunlight, trees, ground? Instead of the familiar blackness of space, bright light from twin blue and yellow suns is streaming through the windows. Peer out and see fields, glass-walled domes, and walls ringed by giant mushroom-like trees. Construction materials everywhere, people around, walking around outside, on the ground. You better get out there and join them. Rush outside to start your new life, or cautiously step outside into your new life. And here's our character and all their stats and all their cards and everything. And here we are. Oh, Tammy jumps up as you stop out of the ship's quarters behind her. You're awake. You've been asleep in medbay for days. Are you all better? You rub your eyes. You do feel groggy. Everything is so strange. The air feels moist, and the ground is so covered with the pale blue powder that crunches underneath your feet. Reflections off of it are blinding. You squint and look up, and almost fall over from the vertigo. Sky goes on forever. Around you are fungal trees taller than anything you've ever seen before. Your heart pounds in your chest. You feeling okay, Solana say. Better go see your dad, Sammy says worried. He and your mom have been waiting for you to wake up. He points southeast towards some odd geodesic domes. But yeah, here's here's the little hub world. If you haven't noticed, this entire little building here is our ship. It's our crashed ship. And we've been out for 2 weeks, so they've set up a big colony and walls and everything. Solana say your dad gives you a big warm hug. So happy you're finally awake. Welcome to Vertumna. Notice the small mountains of fresh soil around him. Rows and rows of planted crops already starting to poke their sprouts out of the dirt. Also, I'm going to check something real quick. I don't remember if I retweeted my... Oh, there we go. I didn't. I retweeted my little, thing. My tweet. To my other account. Something is different. Everything's different on Vertumna. He grins broadly, gesturing around you. Except for the soil, which you brought from Earth. He points to the field of crops. It's a good thing, too, because the dirt here would be hard to grow corn or rice in. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll be eating weird alien crops, too. He wriggles his fingers at you. Hope they don't tickle. Giggle as he comes in for a tickle attack. Ah, you love your dad. He's still so embarrassing. Oh, before I forget, he pulls a package out from his satchel and hands it to you. Blinken stared at it blankly. Don't you know what day it is, he asks. You honestly don't. You're reminded that you've been asleep in medbay. And then there's this, which is... Happy birthday, he shouts, wrapping you in a warm hug. Birthday already. You feel a dizzying sense of deja vu. Stare hard at the wrapped package. You know exactly what's in there. You remember it. No, you dreamed about this package some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of the sun that your dad made by hand. So this dialogue doesn't change no matter if you're on a second playthrough or not. But you do get to see what it is. So you get to see that it's the sun medallion, which is +1 to all challenges. But you can tell him you know what's in it normally, because even though you haven't seen this in a life before, it's still multiversal crossing over and you kind of remember. Also, this is a bit of a return to reading games for me. We haven't done any big reading games for a while. And also, I have an injury on the underside of my tongue, which kind of hurts a decent amount. Or gets irritated just from talking because it rubs up against my teeth. So we'll see how long I can go today. But we will try. I'm also a little stuffy today, which isn't the most convenient. Thank you, Abby. Let me try to blow my nose. I don't know if that really helped, but oh well. You described the medallion and your dad tisks as he hands you the package. Who ruined the surprise? Was it Seek? I'll bet it's Seek. They hate fun. He grins and adds, don't tell him I said that. I was here if you need me, okay, little sunberry? Professor Hal is expecting you in classes if you're feeling up to it. Your dad says, pointing west to the engineering wing, in the rear end of the bisected ship. He points to large doors you came out of earlier. You can relax in our quarters until you're feeling better. Talk later tonight, he says, and kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. Have a wonderful birthday, Solana say. I love you. Oh, wow. I'm already emotional. And so we unlocked study humanities and engineering. Love you too, Dad. And then we have this. To enter buildings, click on a door, the flag beside it. Get close and then press enter to or another action button. Choose an activity for the month to gain skills and advance time. 13 months a year and 10 years to the end of the game. Only have time to focus on a few things. So you do only have time to focus on some things? But that's a bit misleading, even though you only have 10 years because the game ends at 20. You have time for a lot more. Also, give me a second. I am going to open some guides. Just like birthdays and stuff, because every character has a birthday and liked gift. And I prefer to keep track of it. Also, I already know a lot about this game. So if you're expecting me to go in blind, I have not. But that's just how I like to play games, especially this, because it's kind of stressful for me to for me to not know what's going to happen, because especially in a game like this, I was unsure exactly how things were gonna work. Specifically, some of the endings that I wanted to get. I was really stressed that there was gonna be an ending where, like, you have to let everyone die. And I would feel way too bad to do that ending. But luckily there's not. So, like, I had to look that up. Otherwise, I would have been very worried about it the whole time. I'm gonna open some guides for the endings, though. Because we're gonna try to get a few endings today. Because I should be able to get a few just from doing, like, one playthrough if I save at the right points. Huh. Did one of the guides I used get deleted? I think it might have. Oh no. Oh, no, there it is. I am just dyslexic. Okay. Okay. That's everything. Now we're gonna talk to Dis here, who is, one of my favorite characters. See Dis sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? Seems to be watching the gate in the wall to the south, where grown-ups are coming and going. Kids aren't allowed past the wall, he says quietly without looking up. So there's nothing to be afraid of, but then why do we need the walls? Stare at the gate and you have a sudden rush of memory so strong that you think you might faint. Imagine something crashing through the wall, something enormous and dark and wiggly. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters, of your ship being destroyed, of sifting through the wreckage that used to be your home, trying to find something. Dad always told you the dreams weren't real. Breaking you from your daydream, Dis whispers, I think there are monsters out there. I would like to say I believe you, but that upsets him because he thinks you're making fun of him because no one believes him. Which, the poor little thing, it is very relatable. So we just say our parents will keep us safe. Which, I might not want to do that choice. Okay. For reference, I am going to load and just see what the other one is. Because, I actually have never picked the middle one. I've only picked the first two. I imagine this will make him not like us, so I will see. That feels too mean. Shake the vision from your head. It was just a dream. This must have made you imagine it with his creepy talk. Why do you always have to be like this? Tell him there aren't any monsters. You're all the same, Dis says sullenly. Shouldn't even bother. I hate upsetting the poor thing, but... Hi, Johnny. Hi. Wow. But that doesn't actually affect gameplay, so I feel a little less bad, but I still feel bad. I'm trying to keep the rebellion meter high because, there's nothing in the game that requires a loyalty check besides, like, one of the careers, which are technically endings, but we won't go for that today. Because those should be really easy and quick to grind out, like off-stream or something someday. I need rebellion to be high for a few specific story checks, though. Hiya, Solana said. None of you seems to be really at home here. She's rolling a sports ball around with her foot, making patterns in the weird blue snow. The stuff is different from snow on Earth, she tells you, because it isn't cold, but it's still neat, and you can make stuff out of it. Foggy head clears a little. Nanami is simple, physical, real. I always feel grounded near her. If you ask her why aren't you in school, she goes, oh fuck, that's where everyone is, and then goes to school. Because that's why most of the characters aren't outside right now. What are you making? Just snow spirals, she says. Earlier, me and Kyle made a big snow pal. We missed it while you were sleeping in medbay. Smiles her broad gap-toothed smile at you. Now that you're awake, we can play. Have you seen any monsters? Nope, just some little bugs. Grown-ups would say if there were monsters, right? She shrugs, then smiles reassuringly. Even if there were monsters, Chiefrat would beat them all up. So don't worry. Mom says we're safer here than we are in space. Both look over at the wreckage of the Stratospheric, the spaceship where you were born. Nana's mom, antecedent, is probably right about that. Look what the wormhole did to your ship. It's funny that dialogue doesn't change. Because the ship is perfectly fine, considering the thing I did. Why aren't you in school? She smacks her forehead. School! I wondered where everybody was. Guess I'm gonna be late for humanities class. She doesn't look very worried to you. It's okay, she says. Professor Hal is chill. You won't mind, but we should probably go now. She grins and starts running towards engineering. Hey, race you. No fair, she's getting a head start. And that's all we can talk to on the first day. Technically the first month, because it's months, not days. A low throbbing noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. Other corridors lead off to the teaching labs in the med bay. Now the route to your classroom well, but the rest of the wing is off limits to children. Increments, the ship's onboard AI beams down at you from nearby holoscreen. Don't forget to study hard, Solana say. Pick an activity to do this month. Study life sciences, which is +2 biology, +1 reasoning, and +15 stress. Study humanities, which is +2 creativity, +2 persuasion, and +15 stress. Rally, no. While I would like to get some of the creativity skills up, there really are not that many creativity checks in the game. Like, there definitely are some, but there's not as many. And the creativity checks there are mostly bravery, which blend into other things. So we gotta study life sciences to get biology and reasoning up. Good afternoon, my burgeoning biologists and up-and-coming chemists. Professor Howell welcomes you back to your old classroom. This afternoon we'll learn what I like to call the wet sciences. Gestures to his hollow projected lesson plan. Biology, chemistry, medicine, ecology, and geology. You'll learn a bit of everything with opportunities for further study in your favorite field. If you're looking for something a little drier, try registering for engineering classes. For today's lesson, Professor Howell tells you, start with a fun group project. Be studying the mush tree, prominent natural resource native to Vertumna. In ideal conditions, it can grow to a speed of over 1 meter a day, at a diameter up to 30 centimeters. Stands on his tiptoes and gestures that illustrate. Team will experiment to find those ideal conditions. You're teamed up with Tange and Cal and are given a mush tree spore and a bucket to grow it in. Rest is up to you. Tange looks up surveyor's notes on the hollow net. Mush trees, he says, are most abundant south of the colony in the stormy, moist regions of the subaqueous swamp. What if we use water instead of soil, Cal suggests, like they do with hydroponics? Like wet weather, that might work. So honestly, do you have any suggestions? So last run, I did put it under a bright grow light, but they're in a stormy region, so they don't like that. I don't think sing to it or run an electric current through it would work. So we're gonna try the pH, because that might make sense for a swamp. Fill the bucket with water and add spark snow crystals, sometimes left over at the end of quiet season. Mildly acidic, which means they should lower the pH of the water. Every day you rush into the classroom to check on its progress. First, there's nothing, but by the midweek, your little mush tree sprouts up and starts its journey. In the end, yours is in the middle of the pack. Seeing as mush trees don't usually grow where there's spark snow, you're able to conclude they probably don't like acid. Oh well. And then here's the game's main mechanic. When you go to work or go to class, play a quick card challenge as the month passes. Move cards to fill the 5 panes and make the best hand you can. The order matters. If your total in the circle on the right reaches the goal value, you win. Depending on your cards, some challenges can't be won, but you still get a reward for doing your best. Bonus for flushes, same color together, and bonus for pairs, same number together. So, like, if we have all ones, we'll get a bonus from all ones, and, like, you know, all that. Bonus for straights, increasing from left to right. More cards in a flush, pair, or straight, the higher the bonus added to your total. The cards can also affect each other and be rearranged to find the best total score. Also, you can turn off card challenges if you find them too hard. There's a setting to disable them, which I appreciate. The problem with this, though, is apparently it just makes it an RNG pull. I think it might be an RNG pull based off of your stats, so it's not totally random, but it means you could fuck up things. But here I got a super goal, because I got a hidden higher goal. And then I also have +1 in biology, and then I also have +1 to all flushes. So I got 20 hand value, 8 from card values, and +12 from pair straight flush. So I get a bonus of 4 from them all being 3s, or all being blues. And I get a bonus of 6 for 4 of a kind, because this value is wild card. Means it matches as all pairs or straights. So if you play a wild card, it'll count as a straight or a flush if you play it in a hand that would otherwise be a straight, no matter what. And then we get a bonus from these both being yellow, but I'm not sure if it counts because I'm not seeing a number. Oh, that wasn't even the best score we could get. I don't understand how. Skill is increased when you work or go to school. Extra skills if you win the challenge, and a kudos bonus if you make the highest scoring hand with your cards. Working also increases stress, which prevents you from working if it reaches 100. To relieve stress, take a month off to relax on the quarterly swing. But so there's this thing that'll tell you your score. So I got 20, and the best score possible was 23. I'm not oh, I know how I could have got that. I could have played it, since the card was wild, I could have played it 0, 1, and then the wild card, because it would have counted as a 0, 1, 2 straight. I see. But so we get +4 biology, +2 from 1 challenge and super goal, +1 reasoning, and +12 stress, which -3 from our perk. Also, Jenny, no! Parents have been working first on well after dinner every day. Seem so happy and fulfilled now that you've landed. Everything is going great over at Geoponics, but their long hours mean less you time. Also, I will note, most of this dialogue relating to how your parents are doing and how Geoponics is doing is different if you don't have the secret thing that I do. So you get this. I'm sorry we haven't seen much of you, little gooseberry, your dad says. Mom watches you as she works a pedal out of her gardening tiller. It also serves as a crutch. How have you been holding up? I learned some stuff in school. School is so boring, or this has all happened before. Which is from a past life. Yeah, which we get a wild card, a wild card in color, which means if it's any color, it needs to be for a straight or such. But it's a -1, so it removes from the total. It's called delusions. There is one specific ending you can get by choosing every single delusion card possible. And you end up basically getting psychiatry. You get help, which stops, it ends up stopping your dreams. But the problem with that is, since it stops your dreams, it stops how you know things from other lives. So you end up not getting any of these from a past life choices eventually if you do that run. I am going to do that run eventually, but I'm not going to do it in this one because we're currently doing a run that can get us multiple endings at once. And if I start down this route, it's going to mess that up, and we're only going to be able to get this ending, so we're just going to do things that don't give us delusions this run. And eventually we'll do the delusion one, because I'm trying to 100% this game, which there are 29 endings. Granted, 20 of those are career-based, so like just based on what stats you had during the game, and then you end the game. And then 9 of those are special endings, and the delusions ending is one of those 9. I have gotten, I believe, 3 of those special endings already just from doing my special thing where I got the shields. Because one of the things you have to do to get the special secret stuff is do an ending, and then other achievements for the endings happen subsequently from the shields thing. So like the thing I said where you can turn off the shields and everything crashes and explodes and you get to see life on Earth, that's also an ending. So you get 2 out of 3 endings just from that, and then I think you get another ending from something else. Also, of course, Numinous. I actually found out about this game from my girlfriend. From Lynn. They're currently streaming, by the way. I love her a lot. But I found out about this from her playing it, and then I got really invested. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to play it myself. Because this game makes me really hormonal and emotional, and if you follow my regular Twitter, like my personal one, you have seen a little bit of me get very emotional over this game. Yeah. Also, let me pull up another guide real quick, just because I forgot to pull it up. I don't know why Steam is absolutely refusing to copy paste the right thing. There we go. And I'm just gonna look and make sure I'm not missing other guides. Here's another I'll pick up. Yeah, me too. Especially because this is the first time I've streamed in like 2 weeks. Let me just check my guides again. I'll open this one as well. Steam, please copy paste the right things. There we go. Okay. I'm very glad you think so. I had been streaming 3 or 4 days a week before, but disability fatigue kicked in, and then by the time fatigue had lessened, my ADHD was not in the right space to play games or talk this much at all, so I just spent some time for myself. I learned some stuff in school. Glad to hear that, your mom says. I want you to study, work hard, and stay out of trouble. Your dad smiles, and Professor Hal will give you kudos if you get good grades. Spend those at the depot once it's open. You know, says your dad, raising an eyebrow at your mom, I think there are lots of different ways to learn, and school is just one of them. Learn from working on a hobby or by helping a friend. Mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can tell she's trying to put on a gentle expression. Both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means we're going to do things differently than on Earth. We're old enough now to start making your own decisions about your education and future. If that means you find your own way, we'll accept that. Dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends. They may have ideas for how you can spend your time. Come by geoponics, your mom adds. We could use your help. I like shoveling dirt in geoponics. And so we go from early quiet to mid-quiet. So, you know, there's 12 main months and then a 13th special one per year. Also, one seckie. Just going to check something. Okay. And so, when characters have a new cutscene or a new thing to talk about specifically, they have this little bubble. An enemy is bumping a sports ball with her wrist, trying to keep it in the air. Heads up, she shouts, and bumps the ball in your direction. Think fast. We can do a check for toughness 10 or greater, but you can only get this if you chose something that gave you toughness in the prologue. It's not something you can just get by default. Or like something you can like use a class to hire your skills, I mean. Bounce it back. +1 toughness. Bounce the ball back and forth with her, trying to see how many times you can rally and keep it going. Enemy tells you about the new sports ball court. Proper regulation-sized court, way bigger than a little 0G one on the stratosphere. Brother Calm is coaching the sports ball team this year. So great, she says. He's good at everything, especially spiking. He's coaching me to play awesome like him. You should come join us. Lock sports ball in the garrison. Also college English. And yeah. Also, almost everyone has nicknames, by the way. So, like, you know, an enemy is just an enemy. But, like, dis is dis, which stands for something. I don't want to go to school in enemy pouts, but I guess we have to. You know how to get there, right? Through the door in the engineering wing behind me. You know, the big thing with the rockets on top, she laughs. I was confused too at first. Never seen the ship from the outside before. Riley, you know. Hello, my little potato, your dad exclaims, smiling warmly. What have you been up to today? Just hanging with my friends. That Cal is a good boy, he says. Have you seen an enemy? He's out by the garrison playing sports ball. I think she spent every day outside since we landed. Chuckles to himself. Guess that happens when you got enough brothers to make your own sports ball team. Breathes deeply and looks slowly around. Vertumna is magnificent, isn't it? You nod. Seasons, he shouts, throwing his hands wide. I missed seasons. Back on Earth, it got much, much colder. Snow wasn't half as pretty as our spark snow. Sighs, stretching. Just wait until dust season. Both the suns will be high in the sky and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. She doesn't have much special to say. It's kind of just tutorial. Also. Look at my cursor. Look at this little robot. Look at this tiny little robot. Water in the garden. So silly. Found your mom hard at work setting up the greenhouse with a small construction crew. I've seen these plants pinned to the wall of your family's quarters for years now. Geodesic domes will house the more delicate plants from Earth. Spinach, tomatoes, maybe even fruit. Takes a swig from her canteen as you approach. Looking for something to do, she asks. Remember Solana say. Responsible for your own schedule now that we've landed. Decide how to spend your time, so long as it's productive. Salia. She points towards the engineering wing in the back half of the stratospheric severed frame. Professor Hal is still expecting you in class, but, well, a well-rounded education includes practical application. Old enough to help with the work around here. Claps her hand on your shoulder. I've got another minute. Anything you need to know? And then this is just about, like, different jobs. I would click these so you can see, but I don't want to read because my tongue hurts. Just looks at his feet and pretends not to notice you. Sharp whistle interrupts your thoughts. Hey, Solana say. Mars calls out to you. Come here, I have a job for you. Walk over to Mars, who's sheltering from the snow under the ship's overhang. It's so gross here, she complains. Spark snow would ruin my good clothes. At least on the ship we had climate control. Tammy made me some snow sweets, but there's no way I'm going out in all this weather, she continues. So you like running around in it. Could you fetch them for me? Okay, good, Mars clapped. She's probably just down the hill near our quarters. She's scared to take more than a few steps from the door. All she wants to do is hide inside and make sweets. Also, Tammy is one of the cutest kids. Tammy is staring obliviously at the sky, smiling to herself. She startles as you approach. Oh, hello, Solana say. She says, putting her hand to her chest. Do you need something? I'm here for Mars' soy sweets. Tammy smiles at you. Oh, it's so nice of you to help out Mars. It's a very important person, you know. Hands you a box wrapped in a pink and yellow scarf. One order of mango soy sweets, made fresh this morning, she says. Please tell Mars that she can have the scarf back, okay? She used some of her kudos to nano-print it for me because it's so dusty here, but I think I'm getting used to it now. Tammy smiles again and tucks her hair behind her big elven ears. Mars is so cool, she says fondly. Sometimes she's kind of bossy, but I know she really cares too. And then here's just another cutscene with her specifically. See Tammy sitting quietly near the entrance to the lounge. You've known her for, well, your whole life. Also, just to clarify, literally every single kid at this moment has been born on the ship. Because it took 10 years to get to the wormhole. And we're only 10 years old. Back on the ship, you used to play with her. We're her study partner. We used to tease her. I don't actually know if these make any difference. that be? Terry was awful, just awful at Earth history. She thought Europe was the name of an English queen. The Pacific was a famous ceasefire treaty. Facts go in one of her huge ears and out back the other. No matter how hard you tried, you never seemed to improve. Ears perk up, hopefully, when she sees you. Oh, Sonase, I was hoping you could help me with some homework. Of course. -1 reasoning. Huh. Oh, thank you, she bounces up and down. You spend a couple hours trying to teach her the difference between exothermic and endothermic reactions. One makes heat and one absorbs it. Why is it so hard for her to understand? Thing is, Tammy never loses heart when she fails a test or gets an answer wrong. It's inspiring, even though sometimes you feel like you get dumber after studying with her. Damn, okay. I'm just gonna load, that's such a low stat hit that I could have just gone on without that. But anything to make this easier for myself. Back on the ship, you used to play with her. Tammy had the best doll collection. After her mom died, her dad used all his nanoprinter credits to print her a different doll every month for a whole year. Ears perk up when she sees you. Oh, hello, Sonase, says. Her voice is soft and dreamy, like a beam of starlight. Do you want to play dolls? I sure do. Don't think Tammy will ever be too old to play with dolls. If anything, she has even more of them now. Takes you to her quarters and brings out the entire Space Sea Stacy doll collection. Disturbingly realistic baby with real bowel movements. 2 super fancy posable dolls named Lily and Tilly who can be programmed to move on their own. Tammy isn't very good at the programming, so Lily and Tilly just roll around awkwardly when you turn them on. Cover quickly by saying they must be breakdancing at a club. 2 spend the afternoon making up stories of their rise to stardom as professional dancers. Dolls. Mars puts her hand out expectantly. Give it here. There's some more checks that we can only get if we did some things in the prologue. So we need, persuasion 10 or greater, persuasion 5 or greater for these. We could do I ate them, but I don't want to be mean. Here it is. That does loyalty though. I will say the loyalty hits are kind of very specific. Cause padding Evie. It's very specific because there are not tons of things that give you rebellion in the game. So you have to be really finicky about loyalty checks because there's a lot that gives you loyalty, but not a lot that gives you rebellion. And I need my rebellion to be pretty high. So I might just load that. Especially, I have to be really specific about this because we're going to do something later that will give us loyalty. And I could choose not to do it, but I need to do it for the cards it gives. So. You did what? Mars shrieks. Those were mine. Tammy made them for me. Crosses her arms and huffs at you. No, you wouldn't be good at delivery, she says. That's what I told Administrator Seek. Also, normally Mars kind of likes it when you're mean to her. You get friendship from kind of being a bitch to her because she is also kind of. Mars gestures to the door behind her. I think they're still looking for delivery people if you want to make it up to me. Tell Seek I referred you. Just try not to eat your next delivery, nullhead. That also might have unlocked us a job. We might have this by default, but I can't remember. I'm kind of surprised that one didn't give us friendship, because every other time in the game when you stand up to her, she likes you more for it. Command is a warren of long hallways with doors off to tiny nondescript offices. Everyone you pass seems to be hurrying off to something important. The end of one hallway opens into the supply depot, which works as both requisitions office and general store. Beyond it are cavernous warehouses stacked high with supplies from Earth, now being gradually unpacked and distributed. If through the notice board. Colony food shortfall, minus 100%. Also, Salia, I think minus 100%. I don't know, because I think it happens during the famine too, but minus 100% might mean that it's not in shortfall. Like, 100% shortfall would mean that, like, you're not getting as much food as you should. But, like, minus 100% means you're getting as much as you should. And maybe that's why when, like, the famine happens and you gather food, it goes to, like, negative 60%, because it's, like, closer to being bad. I don't actually know, but... Also, there's an ending based on having your colony security rating really low, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that just on my own. Because I know how to get it higher, but I don't know how to get it lower. Because you could obviously just do things that don't get it higher, but that doesn't get it, like, lower. It's only one ending that needs that, though, so maybe I'll just do that sometime else. Also, 1 second, I have a ping. Oh. The Queen of England literally just died. That was fast. They were in the news like, she's under medical watch, and now she's died. Like an hour later. Oh, I knew Tumblr would explode, but I haven't been I didn't watch Tumblr, or I haven't been, like, on Tumblr since I've been streaming. And I haven't been on Twitter. I mean, we have a king that'll also probably die in, like, a year. Also, let me close some tabs. I forgot to. Whoops. Also, this music is really good. It's kind of quiet, but I really like this, like, muffled stuff. Upcoming event. We'll be hosting our first annual Vertumnalia Festival during the second week of Dust. Notice, take precautions outside the colony boundaries. Xenofauna have been sighted in the area. Survey teams are investigating. Current Council Administration, Governor Udicott, Command. Chief Administrator Seat, Command. Security Chief Rhett, Garrison. Chief Engineer Instance, Engineering. Chief Cultivator Flulu, Geoponics, that's your mom, by the way. Chief Steward Ancestodon, Quarters. Chief Surveyor Melatonin, Expeditions. So we still don't really have, like, much of anything we're able to do. I need to get engineering and bravery up to start. I don't need to worry about engineering super hard just yet. In my last playthrough, I had to grind out engineering really early. But, at the moment, we have more of a choice, and bravery would be good to get up first, but, bravery isn't super quick to grind out, is the problem. Small team led by Security Chief Rhett was enough to keep the peace on the Stratospheric. Stay busy, they also ran the exercise gym and sports ball courts. Here on Vertumna, the garrison has expanded fast, building a huge wall around the colony, of an outdoor firing range and a big covered dojo. Best of all, a regulation-sized sports ball court. I might just get engineering up, because if we get it to 33, we get a perk. Low throbbing noise comes from the engine room, which provides power to the colony. I've already read this, yeah. We'll register for engineering classes. Using Congruence's HoloNet scheduling system is almost a test on its own. Feel like a hacker navigating the confusing interface, but manage to add your name to the list of drop-in students. +1 engineering, +1 organizing. You're now eligible to join Tangent and some of the older students in engineering classes. Unlocked study engineering and engineering. And then we basically just do that for a while. I do need to get a bit of biology up to do some things later, but not terribly much. I still like humanities for some things, but it's not super important. So we're gonna study engineering. Professor Hal rubs his hands together as he waits for the class to settle down. He's in a great mood. This must be his favorite subject to teach. Biology and chemistry are the wet sciences. Engineering must be a dry one. Believe me, class, this class definitely won't be dry. He winks. It's weird. We'll also be learning math, physics, computing, robotics, architecture, and astronomy. Tangent raises her hand. We also learn about nuclear engineering, she asks. Professor Hal nods. Yes, at a beginner level. Have an overview of atomic theory and take a field trip to the engine rooms to learn how our ship's nuclear reactor works to power the colony. Well, this sure is a play. I think this is the best we can get. Huh? Best out of 14, huh? I genuinely don't know how I could have gotten better. Oh, I could have gotten a straight by moving the 2, but... that's the problem with the card challenges, is some of the things you just have to move cards around until it works. Puppy doll rules, why? This week you had a few more bouts of deja vu, remembering what somebody is about to say or do just before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. This morning you were sure Professor Hal was going to trip on the uneven floor in the cafeteria, spill his plate of hash browns. You even told Mars to watch. He didn't, though. Professor Hal walked away, his hash browns safe for today. Mars called you a liar and a dummy. Oh, that's good, Hive. Anarchy. At night, your dreams are all mixed with stuff that you know can't be real. Chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people you've never met. Holding hands with someone you love. Crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar. When you try to recall their faces when you wake up, smoothing your memory like wet paint. You've lived this life before, in your dreams, you're sure of it. Light of day, you try to remember everything from your dreams, but it's impossible. You can't live a lifetime in dreams. Anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick, that you're sick and you need to go to medbay. But you decide to stay quiet about your strange dreams. Why? Don't want people to worry. Just want to be normal. Secret powers are fun. They're not dreams, they're memories. Lived through it enough times to know, over and over. Head is filled with memories. We've lived and died on this planet more time than you can count. Why are you stuck like this? Being stuck in a time loop would be even harder to explain than having prophetic dreams. It's the right choice to keep to yourself. And then we go to late quiet. Let me check the birthdays. Yeah, there are no birthdays during quiet aside from your own. There will certainly be a lot more though. Tangent is hunched over her hollow palm, frowning and poking angrily at the air. Speaks without looking up at you. Professor Hal wants us to prep a list of native flora with pictures. Big catalog in the colony holonet, but I can't find it anywhere. Last time I did Let's Make Our Own list, and that didn't give me any, friendship with her. So I'm gonna check this. Okay. Launch your own holopalm and start searching the colony's holonet archives for a list of autumnal plants and animals. 10 minutes later, you find it buried under survey logistics in the expeditions net. An enemy passes by and pulls a face at the two of you. Hey, holo nerds, she shouts. School's over. Come play sports ball in the sunshine. Terrence just rolls her eyes. I really like an enemy. She's really cute. Okay, just Cal, who we haven't gotten to see before. Cal is riding around the geoponics garden on his hoverboard. Board comes to a sudden shuddering stop on the rocky ground in front of you. Cal falls off but catches his balance before he eats dirt. Hi, Solana say. Real ground is way harder to hover on than ship floors. There are bumps everywhere. Maybe hoverboards don't work outside? Oh, they totally do, Cal exclaims. I've been all over the place on this thing. Hovering outside is rad. Look at this. Runs over to a small depression in a nearby hill and presents it like it's something amazing. Look at this. It's a skate bowl. Cool. Can I try it? Sure, but please be careful. Mom says if I break my hoverboard, we can't make another one. Take turns riding on the bowl, trying to get up enough speed to go down one side to come back up the other. Don't land any tricks. It's hard just staying on the board with this uneven ground, but it's still fun. Also, something about Cal. His parents are poly. He has like maybe 6 or so parents, I think, in total. It's really cute. Let me also pull up another guide here. Okay, pulling up the relationship guide because that reminded me some of the polyamories you can get into are very specific. There's only 2 actual polyamory options, and then the rest are open monogamy. Which I'm just checking. Okay. My romance options are pretty limited at the moment because the way I'm going to play this. I think I'm gonna get bravery up just because that is the one thing that is kind of time locked for when I want to start doing the thing. An enemy meets you on the court. She's bouncing from one leg to the other in excitement. Mother Calm is organizing the youth team, she tells you. Kombucha offers you a high five and greeting, then tosses a sports ball your way. Start with the practice game to see what you're good at. You're an enemy or team captains. Pick your team. Also, an enemy has several brothers and sisters. I think like 4 or 6, but we only ever really get to see Calm. An enemy used to practice with Cal and Mars on the ship, but Tammy, you're surprised to see her here. Calm will fill in to even up the teams, but he promised to go easy on the other side. We're gonna choose Cal and Mars for the friendship points. Mind if I play goalie, he asks. Sports ball is fun, but I don't really like to score against the other team. Enemy chooses Kombucha, of course. They bump fists. I would like to choose Tammy just because I like her more, but I need friendship with Mars. Play a spiker, Mars runs to take position. Seems like she's in it for the glory. Hopefully she'll want to share some of that with the rest of the team. Face off, 3-on-3. I'm not going to do harder card challenges because I'm bad enough at math as is. Okay, this counts as a straight. I might want to do this, though, because that's a straight still. Oh, this gets way more from the color bonus, though. Plus, I think we actually might get the 5 and the wild. Yeah, I think we do. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Oh, I don't remember having this card before. I think we could play this better, but I'm not entirely sure how. No, that's even lower. We want to get the color bonus. Still not the best I could have scored, though, which I don't quite understand. I'm not good at math. It is the one subject I was always terrible at. Probably because I'm dyslexic, and then also probably, like, I might have dysarrhythmia or whatever. Is that the fucking term? The one with numbers. I'm not good with numbers. Cal makes an amazing jump save, but is wounded when the ball hits him in the chest. Would have kept the color bonuses? Oh, I guess. I was thinking in terms of, like, straights, which I guess you only get a straight if it's 3 cards. 5 kudos and playing a sports ball, which is a good card early on. Score is tied with Anemone and Calm putting the pressure on. And blam, you score the match point with a red spike all the way from the net line. Early pollen. It is someone's birthday this month, but I don't have anything I can actually give them. Step cautiously to the colony gates. Hey there, kiddo. Uncle Tonin blocks your way with a smile. Bird expedition's off limits for now. It's not safe out there for kids. Better tough it up so you can join the squads when you're older. And there's I'm tough enough and I'm brave enough. These actually don't even do anything, by the way. They're very silly checks because they don't actually let you go out. But you can view the map. And here's everything. Mosaic Plains lie far to the north of the colony. Prone to sudden storm flurries, the plains are a relatively safe place to explore, filled with mostly herbivorous xenofauna. I don't know if I want to read all of those. Those checks make it so Dis shows you the exit to sneak out. I swear I had already snuck out by the time that I got that. Like, I'm pretty sure that's why I said that, is because, like, I think I had already snuck out by the time I got this brave enough. Because you only need, like, I think 5 or 10 bravery to sneak out, but this check is 20. That makes sense, I guess. But I don't think I had any friendship with him, specifically. I think it's, like, 10 bravery. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Valley of Vertigo is a low-lying trench to the east that's dense with pollen-producing trees. There's a wide variety of edible food here. A number of animals here that Geoponic would be interested in domesticating. This tongue-twisting region is the broken spine of the planet, home to both dizzying heights and abyssal lows. There's some interesting ruins here to explore. South is vast, boggy wilderness, home to dangerous animals and hazardous weather conditions. Exploration of this area is only being done with extreme caution. Practicing for Timnalia. Enemy says as you approach. It's going to be a festival in dust season. They're having a bot wrestling contest. Going to compete. Dis is hanging out near the south gates, his hands in his pockets, idly staring at the ground and digging the toes of his boots into the dirt. Nods at you, but doesn't say anything. Also, a lot of these stats we only know because, past life. Also, Solly, do you ever learn... Oh, you probably learn their augments if you do the barista stuff. Because you learn tanges just by, like, naturally, but... I never learned disses. Without that, oh, interesting, because I had him at 100 friendship. Tanya looks up at the sky and shades her eyes. It's too bright, she complains. It's too hot. The nights are cold. Living on the stratospheric meant we never had to experience discomfort. Remind me, why aren't we putting our resources into repairing the ship? Oh, egg. Egg. Heard of Autumnalia, right? Mars asks you. Now the festival we're holding in dust season. Already got my routine ready for the talent show. I mean, I also flirted with Dis, but I was in a relationship with Tange, which disqualifies you from being in a relationship with Dis. Spot your dad looking longingly touring the forest. Ever think about what's out there, he muses. Could be anything, don't even know. Sighs and leans on his rake, and I'm stuck here, pushing dirt around. I don't think your mom really says much. Yeah, it's just like she's kind of a tutorial about all the things. Kaz crouched beside a big puddle, staring at his reflection. Just so amazing, don't you think? On the strata, we could only have very short showers, and we gotta use the same water over and over, he continues. But here, water just falls out the sky and then lies around in puddles, lakes even. It's a whole thing. Happy watering bot trundles by. Tammy's dad is the head of expeditions, which means he's out serving the jungle every day. So why don't you see her crying in the doorway as he leaves? I don't like it when he goes out there, she sniffed after he's gone. He's so brave, and so are you. That's why I like you, Solana say. From a random act of kindness. Start simple. Give Tammy an enormous hug, you're sharing the love. Tammy gets a lot of hugs, but you make sure this one feels special. She hugs you back, wiggling back and forth happily. She's surprisingly strong. Oh, Eppy. Also, Salia, I have something that I kind of wonder. I kind of wonder if the player character was supposed to be Mars at first. Because in every card where you get it from like doing something with a character and it shows two characters doing the thing, it's always with Mars. I don't have any other examples besides this, but there's one other that I've seen, and then there's one I've seen with Rex. Which, the Rex one makes a little more sense because you can be in a polyamorous relationship with both Rex and Mars. But all the character cards I've seen where it's two characters doing something, it's always been the character and then Mars. So I wonder if Mars was supposed to be the player character at one point. I just say it because it's on like several cards. Thanks, Solana say. She says breathlessly as you squeeze the wind out of her a little. Really, really needed that. Well, before you go, she adds, and produces a box with a slice of cake in it from the folds of her skirt. Do you want this cake? So fun to make, but I need someone to help me eat them. Make you another on your birthday if you like, and trade hugs for cakes again. So that's how you start getting cakes on your birthday every year, is you have to do that check, I think. Which cakes are good for gifts? It's early pollen. Whose birthday is it? No one yet. Let me just get bravery higher. I guess, but like, there are other things with soul on it, I think. Plus, soul tends to look similar, and I think there's a few cards with soul on them. Soul looks pretty similar no matter what appearance you choose, though. It's just a few things. Ironically, soul looks kind of more feminine if you choose the masculine cards. The art up in the corner changes, and then she kind of looks more androgynous than the feminine appearance. Tell Calm is bending the rules a little bit for the younger players, but you don't mind. It's important to start the kids on loving sports ball while they're still young and have tons of energy and enthusiasm. Calm is really getting good at them and listening to keeping them interested. Besides, who doesn't want to play a variation of the game where you have to crab walk everywhere? I think that's the highest we can get. Yeah, that's significantly higher. Yeah. How is... I'm not good at math. You wake from an afternoon nap. Dream urine is one you've had many times. They're strangely pink and fluffy, kind of sticky. You have to push your way through it. Feels like every step takes an eternity. Push through the pink cloud and emerge in the children's crèche. Room you know well. See your friend Tammy standing before an enormous bear made of pure light. Lunges at her, through her. She collapses to the ground like a fainting fairy tale princess. My throat is rough today. Especially because I don't honestly put so much work into my voice when I'm not streaming. But also, I just talk less. You wake with your heart racing. Tammy is leaning over at you where you've been sleeping in a nest of pillows. Also, look at how cozy the lounge is. Look at how pretty and how cozy it is. They even have like little fucking conversation pits, like the things that like houses in the 70s used to have. God, conversation pits were such a good idea if they like weren't like in areas where you would trip. Oh, I'm sorry, Solana says. She says, as if speaking to a small child, I think you were having a nightmare. Are you okay? Are you? Nothing bad happened in the dream, but you feel sick with dread. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Seaton is making a new kind of candy. She says it's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I have to go tidy the crèche first, then I'll meet you there. Save some for me, okay? Tammy skips off towards the crèche, humming to herself. Feel groggy and need a minute to clear your head. That dream. So the reason we have, past life choices here is because normally Tammy dies. But if you do a past life check, you can go save her. Sprint down the hall to the children's crèche where the little kids play and learn during the day. It's empty. All the younger kids are probably off eating candy with Auntie Seaton. Spot Tammy tidying up some drawer supplies near the crafts bins. Above her, a hall projector displays an enormous floating teddy bear made of purple light, bobs silently in the air. Mr. Bearsworth. Decorative happy memories playing with it flash through your mind in an instant. Tammy stands up on her toes and reaches for the switch to turn it off. You slam into her, knocking her off her feet onto the ground. At the same moment, the hall projector sparks and explodes. Bear disappears and the whole room goes dark. Oh yeah, I've seen that, Ebby. Is it the Nile Red video? Yeah. Because you can turn it into sucrose. In the dim emergency lighting, you see Tammy's eyed wide with surprise and fear. She sits up and rubs her elbow while staring at you. Sorry, are you hurt? It's okay, she sniffles, looking like she might start crying. Why did you do that? Owie. Just save your life. My life, she says. She peers into the dark room, looking even more frightened. How? Try to explain that the holo projector was going to shock her, but she doesn't seem to understand. What? How? But it's Mr. Bearsworth, she says. It's just a toy. She doesn't believe you, but that's okay. Just happy that you followed your dream and got here in time. Decided not to mention the dreams, and she seems weirded out already. After a minute, the lights come back on. Projector is dead, a thin trickle of stinky smoke coming from the base. Don't worry, Tammy says, brightening as she gets to her feet. Professor Hal can fix it. He can fix anything. By the time you find the professor and finish cleaning up, you've forgotten all about the pink candy in the cafeteria. Page 10, Mid-Pollen. No birthdays this month. Yeah. Meet your dad adjusting a watering pot in your mom's flower garden. He's having a sneezing fit. Also, look, there's a little watering pot in the back. Little funny chicky legs. You're alarmed. You've never seen him look so sick before. people were hardly ever ill in the stratosphere except sometimes when the zero-G rooms made them queasy. Not to worry, my little beanstalk, he says nasally. I'll be fine. It's just this pollen making my head a little stuffy. Wipes his nose with a handkerchief and looks around. Everywhere you turn, the air is soupy and tinged with pink from all the floating pollen. On Earth, your dads tell you, we used to call this hay fever. It had nothing to do with hay, your mom cuts in, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The native flowers seem to be in full bloom this year. She buries her nose deep in them, and they smell fantastic. Dad smiles and kindly agrees that they sure are beautiful, and he blows his nose loudly. I think if you tell them you're scared, you get a bad card. Hi, Jelly. Yeah. Sniff the flowers tentatively. Do smell good, and they look harmless. Dad eyes look so sad, but maybe that's just the allergies. Solana say, the last few weeks have been very hard for you. Might be a good time to relax and stick around to the quarters wing. It tells us we need a break soon, but we don't need to just yet. I have all these kudos and nowhere to spend them yet, Mars says, sighing. Zeke says the depot store won't open until next year. How am I supposed to show off how much better and harder working I am than everyone else? I guess since I never got friendship high enough with her, I don't have her extra stats. But, for those of her worried about her being capitalist, she gets better. She gets better. She doesn't understand what capitalism is at the moment, because no one really taught her. She's fine, though. Tammy is sitting down in the grass with a baby in her lap, playing nicely with some flowers, just trying to the beads in Tammy's hair or something. Tammy keeps gently removing her hair from the baby's mouth. What's Solana say? She giggles as you join her. Our baby's the best. So many babies in the creche, you'd think we're starting a colony or something, Tammy laughs. Parents are too busy doing other work. Somebody needs to take care of the little ones. Looks down lovingly to the baby, who's now sucking on a part of her skirt, getting it good and damp with baby drool. You could help too. It'd be fun. Look, baby's sitting in the living quarters. I do like her bead strands. Baby chooses this moment to spit up a big puddle of pale yellow liquid on little Tammy's dress. Oopsie, Tammy coos and picks the baby up. She holds them out forward toward you. Could you take them for a minute while I find a towel, Solana say? Baby hiccups and rolls their eyes. Still look a little queasy to you. Of course. +1 Tammy's confidence. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Salia. Honestly, I'm gonna do the Gardner endings for the Achievos, but they just, like, they don't feel right. They feel like bad endings, honestly. Hold the baby against your shoulder and pat their back the way you've seen parents do sometimes. Let a satisfying loud belch, you feel a trickle of liquid run down your back. But you don't care, because there's nothing better than that fresh baby smell. So you might take Tammy up on that babysitting job. Yeah, Abby, luckily this game is not capitalist. Like, this game explicitly goes into, like, climate collapse and capitalism overproducing and, like, just a bunch of horrible shit that happened on Earth, and they're not gonna repeat it here. This game is cute and good and queer, and I like it a lot. And I'm getting emotional thinking about it again. Solana say, Tangent says, approaching with purpose. We need to discuss my brother. Also, Salia, question. Can you even get friendship with this high? Can you even get 10 friendship with this from the start unless you choose him as a childhood friend? There's like nothing you can do to get friendship higher with him. This early. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cause like, you don't get any activities with him yet. Yes, Dis, she says impatiently. I need you to figure out where he's been disappearing. Ever since we landed, I barely see him anymore. Doesn't even come home at night sometimes, and She trails off and looks at her feet. I'm not on very good terms with my brother as of late, but well, people are becoming worried. Get the feeling Tange is the one who's worried, but she doesn't want to admit it. I'll talk to him. probably won't tell you, Tangent swears angrily. Newton's apple, she swears. Also, that's how they swear in this. There's a few different swears, but that's the main one, and it's really funny. You won't even talk to me anymore, she sighs. You may have to follow him. I would, but everyone in the lab would know I was gone. No one cares where he goes during the day. But so yeah, they're both just very autistic, like, twins. I don't think I have bravery or anything high enough up to pass these checks, but it'll be fine. Tell Dis that his sister Tangent wants to know where he's been disappearing off to. His eyes flip briefly to yours, and then he stares vaguely off towards the engineering wing, where his sister's reading out her holopalm between classes. Doesn't say anything. I think with this is a multiple choice thing, but I'm just gonna save in case, because one of these options give us friendship. She's worried about you. She doesn't care about me, he says sullenly. Tangent's just worried she'll get in trouble if I don't come home one day. Scowls and picks at the hem of his sweater. She doesn't even care anything about his schoolwork. About anything but her schoolwork. Just leave him alone. We're gonna try to keep getting bravery up. The unfortunate thing is bravery takes a really long time. Especially with the build that I have. Mars may not be as skilled as sportball player as Anemone, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she doesn't go so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. It's not a legal move, but she's done it so many times the opposition now stands further back when Mars has the ball. It's exactly what she wants. I need friendship with Mars. If I had persuasion, I could, like, do a thing that helps with everyone. But this is just a friendship choice. Not passing her the ball gives you friendship with an enemy, and let Mars be Mars gives you friendship with Mars. I do really want friendship with an enemy, but I need friendship with Mars. There's a story important thing with an enemy later that I would really like to get, but I don't really know if it's possible to get it because we have too many friendships we need to make. So probably just another run. So let Mars be Mars. Keep passing Mars. Plus, it's not like a ton of friendship, to be fair. It's 2 out of 100. You mostly get friendship from gifts and birthdays, honestly. So. Oh, fuck. I forgot to give Tammy a gift. God damn it. It's Tammy's birthday this month. Or wait, no, it's next month. Okay. Keep passing Mars the ball, and she keeps trying to spike it from the net in huge wide shots that often miss. Gets another penalty for holding the ball too long when an enemy is clearly open. At least Mars is getting better at those long shots. She seems happy. I think this is the best we can get. I don't think there's any better we can get. Yeah, okay. And we get a little bonus of kudos from that. It's unfortunate. Nothing has spawned on the ground yet. So I haven't been able to have any gifts to give anyone. Because I'd like to save my cake and just give it to someone else. I guess I don't have to give it to Tammy because even though it is her birthday, the cake is probably better to save for other people whose items are harder to get. Or wait, it's dust. Or wait, no, it's pollen season. I guess I could give her the cake and then next month give Anemone the Xeno egg because she likes those. But that means we don't get Cal, which gives a huge bonus for Cake. Or anything else like that. So I'm just gonna hold on to this Cake. No, Cake gives Cal's like 6. It's plus 6 friendship, minus 5 stress. On birthday. Kombucha and an enemy come up with a top secret handshake that's shared with everyone else on the sports ball team. Involves a lot of complex hand motions. Wait, do I have bravery high enough? No. You're not it ends with making the funniest face you can make. Not supposed to, but you show it to your dad. He pretends like you can't understand it, so your secret is safe with him. But yeah, no. Oh, this is a hand. I think this is the best we can get, and it's still really low. Yeah. Just got a weird roll there. Early dusk, so it's Nemi's birthday. Nemi is lying in the dirt, sweating and gasping for breath. It's so hot, she complains. How am I supposed to run in these conditions? Have an egg. Cool, thanks, and when he says taking the egg, I guess it is my birthday this week. Kind of forgot. And then I think that's a friendship event. I just want to run around and check that there's no new dialogue with anyone else. Okay. There's new dialogue because it's hot, but there's no new, like, cutscenes. Des is hanging out near the south gates, hands in his pockets, idly staring at the ground, digging the toes of his boots into the dirt. Oh, we already have read this one. Your dad is reading a book, an actual book, dog-eared pages and everything. The shade of the greenhouses. Blinks up at you when your shadow falls over the pages. Oh, hey, little gooseberry, he laughs. Do you need something? I'm gonna read all of these just to see if she ends up having something new. I'm not gonna read all of these out, though, because it's way too much to read. Also, fun fact, there is an achievement you can get in this game by doing nothing but, like, relaxing most of the time. Like, the ending is the, hobbyist ending, and it's just by relaxing in every single place as much as you can. Which does require doing a little more than just relaxing. But it requires mostly relaxing in here, the walls, and the garden. Then I trapped it in my room, and Enemy says, telling you all about the bug she saw in her quarters. Its wings were as big as my hand, and it had feelers like, whoa. It's bouncing all over the place, like boing, boing, boing. Gestures excitedly, swinging her arms over her head. Bugs here are so big, and they're everywhere. I was gonna give it a tan, she says. She loves gross bug stuff. She said I should just let it go, because if it stung me, I might get weird mutant powers. I mean, other than the one I already have. Wanted to see if I got more weird mutant powers, so I started jumping around, off higher and higher things. Till I was jumping off the back of the ship. I got in so much trouble, but it wasn't even that high. I might need to take another ibuprofen sometime soon. My tongue hurty. Stops in her tracks. Hold on, she says, stooping the rubber irritably at her knees for probably the 100th time in the past 5 minutes. I'm gonna die. I busted up my knees, and it's so itchy when my scales grow in. Annie, don't pick at it. Chief Steward Antecedent's voice rings out across the garrison yard, pleasant but firm. Instantly transports you to being back in the ship crash, tugging at her skirts, calling her auntie. Annie jumps up and stands straight, hands flying to her sides. But Mom, an enemy whines, digging her fingers into her knees, the antecedent approaches you both. So scratch-tastically itchy. I know, lovely, antecedent soothes her, patting down her riotous red hair. But the more you pick at it, the thicker your scales are going to grow in. Enemy tucks her hands under her armpits to keep from scratching. What if I want to have cool scales, she pouts. I'm a little stuffy. I always get stuffy when we're doing reading games, and it makes it hard to read because I need air. Ah. Ah. I take another ibuprofen. Ow. Auntie Sidn't smiles indulgently. At the rate you're going, I'm sure you'll be covered in them before you know it. No need to rush. Enemy's skin is dotted with patches of protective blue-green scales that grow on whenever she gets a cut or scrape. She rubs the patch on her jaw indignantly, one she got when she ran headfirst into the food synthesizer back on the ship. Auntie Sidn't opens her satchel and pulls out a bundle of clothes. Queue for the nanoprinters over a week long, so I patched your pants with scraps from your brother's clothing. Please try to not put any more holes in them, or yourself, okay? Hands the clothes to an enemy and kisses her on the forehead. Enemy sticks out her tongue and gags. Yuck. Enemy evaluates the clothes. Her mom walks away. Galactic, she breathes as she runs her fingers over the odd-colored patches. Right there in the middle of the yard, she unashamedly squirms out her pants and pulls on the new ones. Ah, I look like a fighter jet from the Hollows, she exclaims, showing off her new pants. Like when they'd stencil your kill count on your plane. Like a really cool scar. Enemy grins. Yeah, you get it. My pants are scarred, just like me. Kid and Enemy is so cute. Have you tried standing in mud yet? Cal asks you. It's the best, most amazing feeling I have ever felt. Look down, and sure enough, Cal's feet are bare and muddy as heck. Dirt and grass feel neat too, he continues. Sometimes the rocks hurt, but my mom says I'll build calluses. You try it. Hey, Solana Seymour says, looking up and down with a sneer. Shoes are gross. That's what you get for walking around in the dirt out there. She sniffs. Not me. Sticking to the ship until they pave all over all that icky mud. Wonder if maybe she's scared of more than just getting dirty. Tammy peers suspiciously at the sky, her big ears twitching. The air is different here, she pouts. Never lived somewhere where the air can be too dry, or too wet, or too hot or cold. It's almost as if the planet is alive. She shudders. Ah, that's a scary thought. Have you gone outside the colony yet? Tange asks you. I hear all sorts of terrible things. Regardless, we're not allowed to stray from the gates unless we're on expedition. Tange rolls her eyes. Not that it stops my brother. Have we talked to Dis? Is Dis out? There he is. Despite the heat, Dis remains covered from head to toe in black. It's not that hot, he mumbles. Is my stress maxed? Yes, it is. Lounge is a long, well-lit hall along the outer hull of the ship's midsection, strewn with tables and cushions, and serves as communal living room for the tiny one-room spaces every family is assigned. Flopped down in the lounge's big beanbag pile with some of the other kids. Cal has a dazed, peaceful look on his face. Air smells so good on Vertumna, and so does the dirt even. Notice his clothes are filthy, but obviously Cal couldn't care less. Enemy pounces in. Holy crap, there's so much space to run around and play in. Com and Chief Rhett set up an outdoor sports ball court, and it's way huger than the old one on the ship. Tangent carefully selects one cushion of the pile and perches on it. School's expanding to some of the empty engineering bays, she tells you. In a big new lab, to experiments on local resources. There's so much to learn about this planet. Clara! I don't remember if these do friendship things. I don't need to get Tange friendship because we'll get enough on its own. An enemy friendship I would like, but it's not as important. Okay, this gives us rebellion and Dis friendship. That's good. Solana is right here over your shoulder. startled to find Dis is standing right behind you. God, when did he get here? See those huge beasts in the jungle as we were landing? Dis continues, picking a thread on his sweater until it unravels. Wonder if there are more out there. Less of the deja vu dreams come to life feeling this week. Starting to think you'd even imagined it. Suddenly you get a prickling sensation in the back of your neck and remember that Mars is about to enter the lounge. Tell everyone to look outside. Stare at the door. Mars walks through as if on cue. OMG, everybody, look outside. What does OMG even mean in this universe? They never say God, I think. You know what that means, right? Stands tall with her hands on her hips. Autumna is officially humanity's first exocolony ever. Look at all those flags. Look at the flag, feeling dizzy, and silently mouth the words along to what she says next. You remember this moment so well. It's history, kids, she exclaims, wrapping Anemone and Tangent under each arm. We were there. I do want blue cards right now, but it's a 0 value, so we'll forget it. It's time for Vertumnalia. Udicott and the Council have called a festival to celebrate life beyond the planet Vertumna. Everyone gathers in the colony square to hear Governor Udicott's speech. I feel bad doing the mean things, but they give us more rebellion. We really need rebellion, so... Kyria, hi. Hi, mommy. Liam and Avery, thank you for the follows. I love you. Bites you. Biting you. Hello, Eve. Hi, Chloe. Oh, also, yeah, the queen did die. I got a ping about it, like, midstream. In Earth's history, Udicott begins and clears her throat and waits for everyone to quiet down. Kai. In Earth's history, Vertumna was known as the god of seasons, change, gardens, and fruit. It's no coincidence that our forebears of the Vertumna Project chose to take on such an auspicious name in the hopes of seeding future bountiful seasons of humanity. Continuous tradition of Vertumnalia, midsummer festival to celebrate our Vertumna, this lush planet upon which we find ourselves today. Again, I don't want to choose the mean choices, but I need the rebellion stats. Start to tune the speeches out after that. Members of the council all get up on stage one at a time to say something. But they say things. This is a little far back. We didn't get an autosave. I will save once we get to the festival because I want the text. I like the little speeches they give. It's cute. But then we're gonna load because I need the rebellion stats. When it's your mother Flulu's turn, she announced that tonight you'll be... Actually, I think I might get this even if I do the yawn. Let me check. Sorry. Also, wow, I didn't know it put you this far back. I guess it puts you behind whatever you last did. And that's why we didn't get an autosave. Oh, this is a good song, though. Of course, it gets interrupted by this one. It's your mother Flulu's turn. She announces that tonight you'll be eating some of the very first crops grown from Vertumnan soil. Your eyes go to the feast table. Aboard the stratosphere, it would have been mostly soy-based food from the nanoprinters, spiced up with what precious fruits and vegetables could be grown in the small growing bays. Here, though, the table's overflowing with fresh food. Potatoes, carrots, zucchinis, beans, a bounty made possible both by the successful hydroponics, precious bound soil ferried safely all the way from the earth. There's even some native plants, juicy potato pods, and bobber fruits, and slabs of edible fungi. Wow, hi Jenny. Clean Jenny. Oh wow, we actually have enough toughness to do this year. Normally I would only have enough for the science fair, which we're going to do. Udicott takes the stage after everyone on the council has said their piece. What is a festival without festivities, she asks. Professor Hall and Security Chief Rat have organized a 3-part competition for the kids. Good luck, children. Also, it's very important that we got that 5 rebellion, because doing the science fair gives us loyalty, which is pretty bad. But the card it gives us is worth too much to pass up. Tangent competes, of course, entering her study of the ship's hydrorecycling system. Previously used to make urine drinkable, but she offers that it can now be turned into new uses. Despite how many times she says the word pee, it's still boring. She put a lot of effort into it. Tammy has a science project too. She tells you she wasn't strong enough for the strength competition, was too scared to go on stage for the talent show. So science fair it is. Pee. Think your experiment's supposed to be putting white flowers in red food coloring to turn them red. Flowers all turn blue instead. Tammy can't explain why, and she keeps blushing and giggling in embarrassment. Flowers are very pretty, though. She tucks one behind your ear for good luck as you prepare to give your presentation. I really like that detail. Also, I wonder if they based this thing off of a real thing. Because, in real life, there was a genetic thing in which they tried to make some purple tulips even more purple, so they gave them more purple genes, and then they turned white. And it's because the flower's immune system kicked in, and they're like, holy shit, there's a more purple virus. Fuck. And then shut down all the purple-making genes because it thought like there was a virus trying to take control of it, and so they turned white. And so I wonder if that's what that's based off of. I think that's probably the best we can get in this round. We're gonna have to push through this probably, because we don't have enough good cards. Ah! Wow, bites you. Jenny, no! You can't make me more purple. Or wait, no, these are both 0 cards. We're just gonna push through it, because doing the science fair gives you a thing that removes your stress. Worked hard on your project. It's baking soda and vinegar volcano with a twist. Grind up a native rock as a soda part and use the juice from a native plant for the vinegar part. Dad helped with the idea, just a little though. To friendship with Tangent, 2 with Tammy, and then science fair champion. Which, I need this card. This is one of the best cards, and you can get several of them through the years. It does add loyalty, but we're going to try to get Rebellion high. Use it to explain the native acids and bases on Vertumna. Very strong, so the resulting explosion splatters all over the judges. Crowd pleaser, and your top prize with the science fair. And see, it just removes the stress that we pushed through. So the fairs are usually really easy, because, like, even if you don't meet the point requirements, you can push through, which gives you stress, and then you immediately lose the stress. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. During the fierce heat of dust, a few days' rest is exactly what you need. You feel refreshed. And then it's mid-dust. Okay, we don't have that birthday yet. Ah. Tammy almost doesn't notice you approach. She's bent over her hollow palm, intently taking notes. Till you get close enough that her ears wiggle and she looks up surprised. Yeah, this is because we got 10 friendship. Hello, Sanase, she greets you cheerfully. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. You ask her what she's studying, and she flushes pink and tugs on her ear. Oh, I'm not studying, she says. Make a list of my friend's favorite things. She laughs a little embarrassed. My friend Solana says, what's your favorite color? I think if we choose the thing she likes, we get more friendship, but I'm not sure. Let me check. Yellow's my favorite too. Notice your answer, then ask what your favorite dessert is. Stuffed animals. Ask her what her favorite things are. Like the color yellow, my dolls. My favorite sweet is cake. Tangent is watching a construction crew build scaffolding for the new engineering pavilion, using mushwood, which is so light that one person can easily lift a 10-meter pole and stack it into place. She points towards them. Human beings are so great, don't you think? Before we landed, it's all just dirty jungle. Now it's civilization. And learning about adaptability in writing and biology class. Books say it's what sets us apart from the animals. Like we don't need fur because we can make warm clothes. It's too hot. We can make air conditioners instead. I don't remember if this gives us friendship. Tangent nods absently, lost in her thoughts. Humans are only some of the only animals native to Earth that can sweat. Wonder, it seems so much warmer here than on Earth. Have the animals here adapted the capability to sweat, or they've adapted to heat in some other way? Together, you watch as the foreman puts the blueprints for the scaffolding onto the floating screen of her holopalm. Race her to the scaffolding to check her progress. I'd like to see an alien do that, Tange says primly. Humans look defenseless and weak, but we're the strongest species in the galaxy. All else can literally bend reality to their will. Not a stupid alien, that's for sure. Puts one finger to her chin, living proof that humanity is greater than our biology, says. All of us are really the genetic enhancements. We're the next step in humanity's evolution, from great ape to galactic superspecies. If you choose a different dialogue, she gets kind of weird about the aliens. She gets better eventually, though. There's no sports ball game on. The security teams who train nearby use the field to practice long-range rifles. So you show up to sports ball practice, come as helping take down the net. Well, no one in the game is racist. They get a little eugenicist over, like, because, like, the colony has, like, a high level of heart disease, but it's not really eugenics. It's just, like, we might need to change some things with our genetics, because of everyone selected to come, we have a pretty high predisposition to heart disease. Sorry, kiddos, he says. Rat wants us practicing with the big guns today, and we can't have you running around the place. Bullets in these drone rifles are heat-seeking, even though they're programmed to avoid human targets. Safety first. Today was supposed to be our day to have the sports ball field, Cal complains. Soldiers don't even want to play sports ball. You just want to shoot your dumb, noisy guns. None of you bounces over. Hello? They have more than just huge guns. They have cool stun gloves that are like magic lightning out of your fingertips. It's super galactic. Cal shakes his head. That's not the point. This is a good card, plus gives us rebellion, so we're going to stand up to those soldiers. We rip the net out of Com's hands and start putting it back up. None of me looks nervous. Here comes Security Chief Rhett. Looks scary angry, Solana say. And because we have Bravery 10, we cannot back down. Stand your ground when the Security Chief tries to intimidate you with his loud voice and his big chest. Today was your day to use the field. Rhett sees the fire in your eyes, and after a minute he laughs and gives in. You're a tough one, huh, Solana say. He says, a twinkle in his eye. Okay, you're right. Today was your day to use the sports ball field. Come, have to train with something else today. Huh, wasn't so hard. Oh, gosh. I mean, we got a super goal. I think that's probably as best as we can do. I don't understand math. That was somehow not the best we could do, and I don't quite understand how. Let's go give Cal a cake. 'Cause it's his birthday. Cal runs up to you, streaked from foot to neck with purple dirt. So much space. Me and an enemy just ran for 20 minutes, and we never ran down the same path twice. Leans over and braces hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Hoo-wee, she's so fast. Cal gasps, my favorite food, and on my birthday, too. Makes grabby hands of the cakes and takes a big huff of the pleasant sugary smell as his eyes slip closed to sheer pleasure. Wow, Solana say, he breathes. You really are the best of the best. Here, you have a piece too. Let the icing melt in your mouth. Let all your worries melt away with it. We get +4 friendship and then +2 friendship, so we get 6 total and then -5 stress. And then we get a friendship event. Looking for Cal in the garden when you nearly trip over someone else. One of the younger kids in there, blindfolded? Hey, they exclaim, ripping the blindfold off their face and throwing it to the ground. It's Sirius, one of an enemy's brothers. He glares at you. I was almost done. Cal jogs over and grabs Sirius in a friendly headlock, ruffling his messy red hair. Dude, you were so close. Sirius stamps at his feet. It's not fair. I almost got it that time. Solana got in my way. It's not our fault, Cal says. She didn't know we were playing a game. Give me a sec. I want to teach her how to play. Cal turns to you as Sirius leaves. Sorry, Solana, he says sheepishly. Teaching Sirius a new game, but he's more like an enemy than I thought. Real competitive, you know? He stoops to pick up the blindfold, brushing off the dirt. Trying to come up with different kinds of games other than sports ball, he says. No winners or losers. Just want to have fun with my friends. Cal looks at you hopefully. Do you want to learn how to play? Cal smiles. The cooker's going to stretch right off his face. Radical, he shouts, jumping up and down with excitement. Okay, so first put on this blindfold. I think I might need an engineering stat for this, but I can't remember. Blindfold is a little scratchy and smells like dirt. You feel Cal's big hands on your shoulders. Gonna spin you around, and when I let go, you gotta listen to my instructions. Walk all the way to the cafeteria, okay? Nod. You can't see Cal's grin, but you can hear it in his voice as he spins you around and counts to 10. 1, 2, 3. First, Cal says, you gotta walk forward 10 steps. Does this give me rebellion? No, okay. I think it gives us friendship if we do the other one, so I'm just gonna load. Take 10 steps straight forward, holding your hands out for balance. Rocky dirt between the garden beds crunches under your feet. Yeah, Cal says. Now turn to your right and take 15 steps until you get to the door. Oh, it's an empathy check, yeah. Which luckily you just get a bunch of by default. Enough to do a lot of the basic checks. Which are most of the empathy checks. There aren't tons of empathy checks in the game. Turn to the right and walk forward, counting up 15 steps. When you stop, Cal laughs. Here's footsteps crunching behind you. Forgot how much bigger I am than you. You're like 2 more steps away. Take 2 more steps until your outstretched hands land on the warm metal of the door. Success. Awesome, Cal says. You can't help but smile. This is fun. Hit the door button on the right and keep walking forward until I say stop. Go really slowly, okay? You open the door and start to walk forward. The path slopes downwards and your feet slip a little bit. Even though you're moving as slowly as you can, real dirt is nothing like the metal floors of the stratospheric. It's turbo rocky here, Cal says, and you can feel uneasiness prickle up the back of your arms. Keep going forward slowly. You trust him. I'm glad. I really like this game. I've already done a run before, so like some of the things that I get are different. Like I get things from my previous life for checks. And like the game is playing out a little differently because I saved something that was part of a different run that you get in a different life. But it's a good game. 1 second. Slowly creep down the slope to the center of the colony, somehow managing not to bump into anything. Cal cheers. Okay, now turn a little to your right and keep walking straight. We're so close. Carefully pick your way forward, stopping when you hear Mars' unmistakable voice ring across the courtyard. What are you nullheads doing? Now, if I had higher bravery, I could get this, but I don't know if it's possible to get higher bravery. I guess if I never did that engineering class. Like, if I did one more sports ball instead of one engineering class, I would have exactly 20 bravery. Is that a real game? Mars scoffs. Looks like Solanace is just wandering around with a scarf over her eyes. Aren't you a little old for this? Embarrassment burns in your belly as you tear off the blindfold. Blink away tears in the sudden brightness. You can see Mars looking down her nose at you. Mars sneers, tossing her braids over her shoulder. Thought you were cooler, Solanace. Let me know when you're ready to play adult games. Not sure what you meant by that. I'm aware of Cal standing behind you. Sorry, Solanace, he says quietly. Guess it is kind of a silly game. Asked if he wants some potato juice from the cafeteria instead. Spend the afternoon brainstorming ideas for more games with no winners or losers. Also, this is one of my slight problems with this game, is all of the kids are relatively nice to each other, but Mars, so it's a little sketchy that they made the one, like, actually dark-skinned character the aggressive one, but she gets better when she gets older, at least. Especially as you stand up to her more, but I don't have the stats for that quite yet. Paired with nougat and practice, you make the mistake of underestimating her and she wipes the pitch with you. I'll probably stop reading now because that's just the generic dialogue. Salia, no! I don't know how to do this better. Okay, that's the best I could do. Early wet. It's Mars's birthday, but we don't really have anything for her. Yeah, no, see, it's Salia. We just have an option with this now. I don't know if this gets us the way to sneak out, but we get it at 20 bravery. How do you even get perception this early? I don't think there's anything that gives you perception this early. How would you quietly follow him? Oh, probably, but like... what would give you perception still? Because it wouldn't give you 15. Also, hi, Alana. Also, Avery. Very cute. Very cute. Dull moments. Dull moments good. Dull moments good. Also, Sally, I don't know how you would explore before now then, is what I'm saying. Like... you wouldn't get friendship with this that gets you your perception. 'Cause, like, you can't go explore even if you have eagle eyes. Oh, childhood friend? I guess. Well, so you are, Uncle Tonin exclaims, standing back to admire you with pride. No, I'd say you might be having a growth spurt, Solanace. Better watch out for you on the sports ball field. Listen, he tells you. I can see that you're a tough cookie, and I'd love to have you on my surveyor team in the future. You have to wait a few more years first. Come see me when you're older, okay, kiddo? Dejected, you drag your feet as you walk back through the gates to safety. Psst. What's that? You look around questioningly. It's Diz. He's hiding behind some bushes? So typical. He puts a finger to his lips and motions for you to follow him. Sure, you figure. Why not? Leads you silently along the walls towards the garrison. Crouches down in the bushes between the sports ball field and security field and fiddle with something. Suddenly, he's gone. Check to make sure nobody else noticed. Scuttle over to where you last saw him. Behind some popflower bushes, there's a drainage pipe in the wall big enough to crawl through. Heavy grate keeps the animals out, but it's loose. You could slide it aside to get through. You could sneak out. I like to sneak out in expeditions. If the adults won't let you visit the Valley of Vertigo or the Sabakuya swamps or the other cool places if you're good to go, you could sneak through here to explore just outside the colony walls. If this does it, how dangerous could it be? Oh, also, Salia, there is a way you can get a romance with Utopia, I have found. But it's only during the epilogue. Mars scowls from under the protection of a transparent umbrella. Absolutely not, she pouts. Not even ask me to do anything. My hair gets wet, you're soy meat. Wow. But, if you flirt with Utopia enough, you can get, I don't think you have to do second survey. I think it's just you flirt with her enough. That is watching your mom work. You practically see the hearts in his eyes. Mom's an incredible lady, he says dreamily. True love is hurtling yourself in a space with someone and hoping for the best for your children. Yeah, she's still kind of just a tutorial giver at the moment. Des is listening to us here speak, completely ignoring you. Put yourself in his field of vision, he scowls. What do you want? Leave me alone. Dare you to eat this worm? Oh yeah, discounters. Well, I double dare you to eat a worm. You can't just turn down a double dare. You're no meek little hot-eye. Slimy, unsatisfying, very, very gross. Des eats it like a noodle, slurping it and wrinkling his nose as it wriggles in his mouth. Yuck, he says, swallowing it whole, and shows you his empty mouth. Should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. Henry twirls her umbrella and extends a tentative hand out to feel the cascading rain. Real rain, she exclaims with wonder. Do you believe it? Thought I knew what the adults meant when they talked about the rain. The real thing is so. She smiles. It's wonderful. I love it. I've already seen all that dialogue. Enemy runs up to you. Hi, Solana, says she huffs, catching her breath. She grins. On the ship, adults are always saying, no running, an enemy, no running. But outside, there's so much room. Run for 5 minutes in one direction, even more after the roboplow has cleared the land for farms. Slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Is that Dis? Turns and disappears into the jungle. Are you sure of it? That was definitely Dis. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Follow him. Scamper after him through the bushes, heedless of branches and brambles scraping at your arms and legs. A proper envirosuit, you get all scratched up. Kid is fast. Quickly lose sight of Dis and can't find his trail again, but you do learn something by trying. Your way is blocked by a strange, small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes, 2 of which blink sideways on top of its head like frog eyes. Oh, this must be a hop-eye. Heard people talk about them, but you've never seen one up close. It's running around and around in circles. It stops if you take a step forward, and it hisses at you. Didn't know hop-eyes could hiss. What's its deal? I think that's the best I can get. Wahoo! Stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh, hear little squeaking noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. Carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. Agitate a little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. Stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouses. A watermelon. Nice and sweet, like a more solid potato pod. Munch away, spitting out the seeds. I don't know if we get this dialogue if we don't have the hydroponics. Practice spitting seeds. Challenge seriously, lining up targets and keeping score. Your aim improves. Oh, log. Also, yeah, the alien designs are good. Spot Disc sitting in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach, like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of a jungle so far away from the colony walls. As you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see walls anymore, and it's really weird out here. It's getting late. Disc stares and blinking at you as you approach. Hi, Solana say. Hi, Disc. Seems to be in a good mood, something you see very rarely. You see our Utopia out there, Dis asks. Chief Surveyor Tonin is easy to sneak past, but Utopia has, like, X-ray vision eyes or something. Catch you for sure if you get too close. She caught me once and I got in big trouble. How about I show you something cool and sneak out with your secret, okay? Jumps up and walks a little ways into the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off and a large stone outcropping juts over a cliff face. Dis walks right to the edge and walks without slowing. It's a long way down. Come on, he says. Try to be brave. That's probably the best I can do. I guess I could have gotten a bonus from the zeros, but the color bonus seemed like it would have been better. Bravely walk onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dis. Both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. Snap a picture with your holopalm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret, yours and Dis's. There in the clearing, the most majestic creature you've ever seen. It's like a unicorn from your dad's storybooks with leathery reptile skin that shines when the light hits it. Moves so softly like it doesn't even disturb the ground. Be dangerous, but you want to see what it does. I can't get it straight here, so... I'm not good at math. She settled in a watch from behind a strand of mush trees. Unisar looks up towards you, startled by your movement. Try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. And it pees, like a crystal waterfall on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. Quietly take a picture with your holopalm, but you know you can't share it or you get caught for sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against a rock. She's scored with marks from having done this before. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. Notice the bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. Eventually, it curls up for a nap. Quietly sneak away. Just so wonderful. Tommen is a magical place. Stumble into, there's something here. Something invisible that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end. Like an electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something nipping at your ankles. When you look down, there's nothing there. Back away. The sensation stops. You move forward. Oh, it's worse. Feeling it's like tiny electric bites, and it's growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats. An electric field of some sort. Hurts, but maybe you could find a way to avoid it and get through this area. We really need to get more cards or get rid of cards. trial and error and a little intuition, trying to root through whatever it is. Shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You're humming from the palms and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field, maybe to ward off animals like you. I don't think I've actually seen that event before. Musk trees are at their tallest and wet, and you come across clusters of them that look ripe for harvesting. If you're older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. Give them a friendly pat. If you like the musk trees, you give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. It's not the tree, though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the trunk. It's small and looks like a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree like it's giving it a hug. Let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blobgrass. Totally transparent. The sticky fronds are hard to see, but even harder to ignore, especially once they start glomming on to your boots and slowing you down. It's like trudging through thick mud. Stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the visible signs of this blobgrass field. There aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. There it is. You can hop along with that rock to that fallen log, then climb with those old pieces of surveying equipment. Get through the villainous blobgrass. Spend a bunch of time on it, though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. How do you the road curves right? There's a steep hill leading off to the left. But this really great view from the top of it. It's gonna be a scramble to get up there. Leave your pack and some bushes at the base so you'll be lighter on your feet. Start the trek. It's tiring. Even steeper than it looked from the bottom, but it's a broad mushroom cap trees provide shade. View from the top is spectacular. See all the way to the colony walls in one direction, down to a little sawmill in the other. Then you spot it, the rock. Most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are and must weigh at least 2,000 kilos. But it's practically teetering there. You think with enough muscle you could push it over. I resist it because we lose kudos. Pause in your tracks, hearing an ominous sound. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Keeps getting louder and louder as you move forward. Don't see anything making the noise, but it seems to be coming from all around you. Wow. Yeah, it's just alien crickets. Phew. So tiny, but there are millions of them. Look like little blades of grass. And if their sides against stuff, they make that shoo, 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 shoo noise. Tuck your pant legs into your boots and continue on your way. Spot Uncle Tonin, Chief Surveyor Tonin that is, bumbling about, preparing some automated survey equipment and clearing. He's very cautious, jumpy even, but he's making a lot of noise. Every few minutes he'll pause to listen and check to his surroundings and go back to banging away. Shouldn't be hard to avoid if you don't want to get caught sneaking out. Wow, we met the goal in the first round there. Nice. Sneak past Chief Surveyor Tonin easily, walking while he makes noises and ducking down when he stops to check his surroundings. Leave the path and sneak through a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotting this area. Small but busy operation, 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine while the 4th one tucks a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. Stay out of sight and watch how they do it. When she crashes down, it seems almost like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination, though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. The mush trees regrow every year, but can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting ground up for mulch, with a scary big grind that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. And then we've reached max stress, so it sends us home. Having a terrifying familiar dream. Monster crashing through the walls, unfathomably large, every part of it wriggling and moving and searching for something. Tramples through the colony as you watch helplessly. Time shifts to the wreckage of your home. Picking through it, looking for something. Tears streaking through your dust-covered face, you lift heavy piece of debris, searching. You wake up shouting no, but your voice is drowned out by a deafening rumble from the skies outside. Bedroom window is covered in water. It's pouring down from the clouds. You guess this must be rain, but you've never experienced it before. Bright flash from outside, then another crack and rumble. Thunder. Must be a thunderstorm. Still, the early hours of the morning. You've already almost forgotten your bad dream. You're too unsettled to go back to sleep just yet. Rain beats down on the roof of your quarters, joined now and then with great peals of thunder, footsteps of an angry beast. Run outside and play in the rain. It's surprisingly warm outside. The water feels nice hitting your head. Everything smells fresh and damp and wonderful, and the dusty packed ground has turned to squelchy mud between your toes. Don't go too far from the door to your quarters, but it's exciting being outside in the dark, watching dramatic streaks of lightning arc down to the hills behind the colony. Mid-wet. No one's birthday. Tell Tangent you know where this has been going. Tell her he's been sneaking out to explore the jungle, not far away, but outside the walls. Tangent looks concerned. Really, she says, wringing her hands. Is it safe? I'll keep him safe. She eyes you skeptically, full offense, still wanna say, but you're just a kid, she replies. However, I suppose it's good to know he isn't alone out there. Okay, that stress down actually made it so I can do one more thing before having to rest. So, looking a little worn out, my little firefly, your dad greets you, looking concerned. No, despite what your mom might say, there is such a thing as too much work. Maybe some R&R over in the lounge would help you recharge with those solar cells. What do you say? Maybe I just need a hug. Why does that give you loyalty? Dad throws his arms wide. Get in here, tiger butter. After a long hug, you do feel a little better. Dad gives incredible hugs. Do I want to reload that? We'll see what happens. If there's one that gives me rebellion, we'll take it. I guess. It's so silly, though. I can't tell which of these would give me rebellion more. Like the one that's more extreme or just I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, okay. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Dad laughs at your audacity, but then he sighs and shakes his head. Buzzberry did not fall far from the vine, he says. You and your mom are the same. Promise you'll take a break before it gets to that point, okay? Okay. I kind of just want to max out rebellion because, like, you know, there are things that are going to give us loyalty. And I'm fine with some of those, but we need loyalty to like 90, I think. Hi, kids. The ship's onboard intelligence congruence glides into the room on her ceiling track. The class cheers. Congruence is so cool. She's like a person, but also a machine. There's a lot of jokes and can tell you anything about space. Never gets bored or frustrated by your questions. You all know me, she says, but I'll bet some of you have questions about how I work. What do you want to know? How do you know so many things? My brain is big, she explains. It's just enormous, really. Much bigger than this little monitor you see here. It's connected to the ship's holonet, so anything you can look up on your hollow palms, I just know. What's your job? Right now, part of me is showing animal videos to children in the crèche. Part of me is here teaching you. But most of me is monitoring the engines which give us power. The life support system which may get comfortable in here. Do you have to eat and poop? She laughs, which has never sounded quite the same as a real person's laugh to you. Guess you could say I eat electricity, but not in the same way you get energy from food. I think it sounds kind of neat, actually. Grunz explains that she had to do all kinds of calculations to help fly the ship and land it. She was designed to provide a user-friendly interface for the ship's systems. Hal has me modded to be far more than that, she says proudly. Now I can even tell jokes. Why did the computer cross the road, she asks. I don't know. Why? I forgot what this is. Salia might remember, but it's... I think it's to get to the other bite. But she does actually answer in binary. And now it's late wet, which is unfortunate because it's both Tange and Dis's birthday, but I don't have anything they like. Dis will take mushwood logs at least. Okay, they'll both take mushwood logs. They don't dislike them. Is it my birthday? I almost forgot. I hate it when people make a big deal about my birthday, but this is nice. Thank you. Tange is surprised they remembered your birthday. Looks dubiously at the gift for a moment and smiles at you. You didn't have to, but thank you, Solanase. And then we need a rest because we're at max stress. Which is unfortunate because we're going to get even more stress next month for reasons you will see. Organize a raid on the kitchen pantry for snacks. They want to be free. You must liberate them. Probably the red is worth less at the moment. Days have been getting shorter with only the yellow sun barely skimming the horizon. One morning you wake in the darkness and have to check your holopalm to know what time it is. See a hollow stream from Mars. Morning to all my pals, if you can even call it morning. Name it glow season because like everything is crazy glowing out there in the dark. Staying the heck inside for the next month. What's the point in even going out if you can't see anything? It's gonna be a long, boring month. Wait, it looks cool out there. Peek out the window. Wormhole is the biggest you've ever seen it, like a massive fiery ring in the sky. The planet must be very close to it now. Out in the jungle, something new is taking place. Plants are flowering, glowing, iridescent blooms, and everything is full of life. Strange new sounds, long hooting calls and gurgling roars. After Mars's message is a notice from the council, warning everyone to stay safe inside. Tammy's dad and the other surveyors have been called back and the gates closed for the month. There's a tension in the air, as if everyone is waiting for something. Solana say your mom stops you as you walk by. What are you doing out of your quarters? It isn't safe out here. I'm going to school. Doesn't seem very dangerous. What you should be afraid of here is me if you don't do what I say, Solana say. Don't know what's out there this time of year, so you and the other kids are gonna keep your butts in the ship. There's sense in arguing when she makes that face. As you walk away and just out of earshot, you hear her mumble, stars. It is beautiful, though. Des is staring off into the wilderness outside the gates. Feels different, he mumbles. Don't know how, just different. You ask him what he means, but he shakes his hand, stuffs his hands in his pockets. Nanami holds her stomach as you approach. Does the air here make you feel hungry all the time, or is it just me, she wonders. I feel like I could eat a whole one of those mushroom trees, just humph. She mimes shoving a whole giant mushroom in her mouth. Okay, we could get engineering up, also biology. I don't think we really need biology for anything at the moment. We could also do bravery, but I don't think we really need to touch bravery at all anymore, because it'll just go up by exploring. I see I have to put a limit on those. I thought there was as well, I'm gonna be real, but it's been a while since I've checked, so... I mean, I do like doing jinglies. It's just a lot. Because basically, if you do more of them, I'm gonna do it for longer. What does Exodollonist mean? The game is titled, I was a teenage exocolonist. You may have 8 jinglies per user per stream, which is honestly being very lenient. Wormhole is so visible and glow. You and your classmates take a trip just outside the walls instead of telescopes. Old Earth technology the nanoprinters can easily replicate. Try to get a closer look. Hi, Alex, please don't. There we go. You didn't get punished, silly. You still have 8 of them. Oh, also sniffies. Also, I'm still gonna do howlies and barkies just on my own time. It got really exhausting to have to drop things and do them whenever I want. Or whenever, like, it was redeemed. And you know, I was already dealing with being tired constantly. Unless dark of glow season must be getting you. Awake, you've been having nightmares. Something is coming. Something bad is about to happen. A dreadful mantra repeats in your head. Hardly even surprised when the emergency sirens start up. You peek out at the gates. Yes, they should be closed, but they're open. Just as you dreamed, or remembered, but the details are foggy. There are monsters. Closest assembly point is the children's creche, but from the opposite direction you hear shouting and loud popping noises. Gunfire. Is the colony under attack? Let me check something. We're gonna go fight, though. Try your best to be brave and fight back. First, you dodge some helpful grown-ups who point you back to the creche. Then you get outside to get your bearings. You hear yelling from up the stairs to command a commotion of the southeast, geoponics where your parents are working. I did geoponics before. I want to see what happens when you go to command. Security Chief Rhett and 3 officers are defending the door to the command wing. Too busy to notice you because a terrifying insectoid creature is slashing at them with its razor-sharp forelegs. Monster kicks one of the officers and a rifle flies out of her hands, skitters across the ground toward you. You throw the rifle back to her, and the security officer shoots the monster in the side, scuttles away, leaving a trail of bright blue blood that glows faintly in the perpetual light. I think I'm gonna load. Because if you do the other one, it gives you rebellion. I like how your card rolls are like preset before you even do anything, because I reloaded and it was the same. Go to geoponics. Parents are defending the greenhouses from a pack of knee-high creatures who seem to have eyes growing all over their bodies. Oily flesh ripples with a constant, subtle motion as the individual eyes blink one at a time, incessantly. Can't tell which end is which with these horrible things. It feels familiar. Kyle is standing nearby, wide-eyed. He slowly picks up a shovel and moves beside you. Reluctantly holds the shovel in front of himself like a weapon. Easy, doggies, he whispers. We don't want to hurt you. Soothe the beast. This is new. Get out of here, both of you, run, your mom shouts, attracting the pack's attention. Flash of remembering, you lock eyes on one of the creatures. Done this before, you know it's frightened, you know it's going to attack, and you know what to do. I would like to get some animals or empathy, but you shout, don't look at their eyes, and cover your face with your hands. Hear the eye beast lunge toward you, then stop. Cal whimpers beside you as it sniffs your shirt and paws at the ground. Heart is beating so hard, but you stand still. Aren't sure if you could run if you want to. Oh, this gives us friendship with Cal. Normally you have to kill the thing, and Cal does not like that. Slowly, the pack filters out of the greenhouse. You peek through your fingers. It's as if they're anxiously looking for something. Cal and your parents are incredibly relieved. Hear another crack of gunfire on the other side of the colony, in silence. After 2 weeks of darkness with the blue sun barely skimming the horizon, it begins to move higher in the sky and daytime returns. Council admits they don't know how the gates were opened, or how the creatures got in. Some of the attacking creatures were once thought to be docile, others were species nobody had seen before. It's like something had driven them to assault the colony. At least nobody was killed this time. Also, yeah, it sniffs your shirt. Childhood is fleeting. Game will end when you reach age 20. You should focus on new skills to improve it. And friends to spend time with. Use the skills and friends button at the top left of the screen to keep track of them. Good luck. And here's all the cards we got. Here's how much rebellion, here's how much stress, and here's how much kudos. Also, something I totally forgot. Oh, wait, no, okay. I'm gonna put that on. Engineering books seem better. Nanomi follows a bobber fruit down her arm and flicks to you with her elbow, and munches down on one of her own. She watches construction crews work on the walls. Kinda cool, huh, she says. Soon this place is gonna look like a real colony. Hi, Dis. This is a friendship event. Dis is sitting in the grass near the big gates that lead out to the jungle. He's just staring out into nothingness, picking absent-mindedly at the weeds. He pretends not to notice as you approach. Sit down with him. Shifts uncomfortably as you sit, but doesn't say anything. But was just hang out, saying and doing nothing. Stare at the big gates. Grass in the colony is trimmed short by garden bots, but out there it's wild and as high as your waist. Head Surveyor Tone is prepping his equipment for an outing. Bring a lot. Maybe he's going to stay overnight. Starting to wonder if Dis will ever acknowledge you when he says, I've got to go. As he starts down the hill, he pauses and says, this is a good spot. Probably come back here tomorrow. This is a sweetheart. Cal is scrubbing his hands at the water barrel, trying unsuccessfully to get all the dirt out from his fingernails. Looks like a lost cause. And sick. Also, yes, you will. I am deeply attached to Dis. Both him and his twin sister, Tange, are just so autistic. And Dis is like the, kind of alone type, doesn't really do, like, stuff with friends type autistic. And Tange is also, but, like, in a different way. She has a purpose and focuses with it, but Dis is just his own thing. You can turn off cards if you want. If you want just the story, you can skip card challenges. Also, I'll be real, I really didn't like the card mechanics when I was watching others play it. But now that I've played it, the cards aren't that bad. They're pretty easy, honestly. Stupid Calmater, stupid. Ah! Jerks his hands out of the water and holds them to his face, and you hear him sob. Why did they have to? It's not fair. We didn't do anything to them. Wipes his eyes and startles when he sees you. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. I was just, washing my hands. I mean, to be fair, I don't actually know. Learned at a young age not to sneak up on your mom. She's jumpy and gets kind of mean if someone surprises her. Just how she's always been, and you never question it. Whereas make sure to walk him a little more heavy when she hasn't noticed you yet. Dad pulls a flower out of pocket and gives it to you. Blossom for my little Blossom. Tugs it behind your ear. I'm 99.99% sure this isn't poisonous. Let me know if you get a weird rash or anything. Were there? I did not see. Oh, yes. Hard to see in the snow. To be fair, Jenny, I'm not sure if they just skipped them entirely. But they might also just, I mean, it might be RNG, but it's probably not unfair RNG because it specifically says for if you just want to do the story. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna rest so we can get the full physical increase thing. Cal and Tammy and Mars and Dis. I do want friendship with Cal, so I'll probably do that, because Dis I'll just get naturally. It's nice to take some time off to chill after the stress of school and work, not to mention the mental toll of just living on this unpredictable planet. So you're not the only one who needs some downtime. Some of the other kids are also relaxing in the lounge. Cal is braiding Tammy's long hair and weaving in strands of little colored baubles. This one's called a waterfall braid, I think, he says. Saw an archive of it, but it's really tricky. He's doing a terrible job of it, his short, clumsy fingers getting all tangled in the strands. I'll do Cal's hair. Sit behind him as he sits behind her, like a mini conga line. Braid some short strands of Cal's hair, putting one of the little baubles at the end of each one. Finishes Tammy's hair. It's almost recognizable as a waterfall braid. Touches his own braids and giggles. Now we'll do yours, they shout in unison. Jokingly try to escape. Cal sits on your legs while Tammy gives you a beautiful braid. That's cute. Oh gosh. I guess probably just this, because it only gives +1 to yellow cards. So much has happened in the last month since the monster attack during Glow. To you, this planet as a peaceful utopia has been shattered. Security squads are training new members and keeping close watch on the gates now, reinforcing the walls and even installing a few robotic turrets. In class, you have drills on what to do if the colony is attacked again. All the excitement. You forgot today was your birthday. Parents haven't forgotten. They wake you up early with enthusiastic shouts of surprise. For Tumnan years, only a little longer than a year on Earth, so you've taken up its calendar for birthdays. Yours is on the 2nd month of quiet. Spark snow drifts slowly past your porthole window as you snuggle with your dad. Mom climbs up too and sits on the edge of your bed. Dad pulls a bowl of fruit from behind his back with a flourish. Like a magic trick. At least you think it's fruit. What are those? Bobber fruit, your dad grins. Foragers have been taking these just outside the walls. They might look funny, but they're tasty. Try one. Take a cautious bite. Pulp is soft and tastes a bit like lemon, only more blue. Bet you can't wait to join the surveys out there, your dad says wistfully. Who knows what else you'll find. Solana says not loud outside the gates, your mom interrupts, her voice sharp. It's too dangerous for kids. Well, I know, but eventually, your dad says, but your mom cuts him off again. But not now, your mom replies. Not since the attack. Not with everything we know is out there. I'm not gonna get delusions, because those aren't good. But it's good to know where one of the delusion checks is. I feel like this might get a rebellion. It's gonna be really annoying to reload this, if not. Yeah, okay. Parents exchange a heavy look. Surveys knew there was something dangerous out there we hadn't encountered yet, your mom admits after a guilty silence. Didn't know it would attack the colony. Thought if we closed the gates and stayed inside, it would see us as a threat. Just didn't want to scare everyone, your dad says. It's just a precaution. Even still, your mom says, clear that everyone should know how to defend themselves if it happens again. Be clear, this includes knowing when to run away, your dad adds. Security chief threats offering self-defense lessons at Garrison, you know, even for kids. If you're interested, you should drop in sometime. Mom gives you a stern look, and I know your friend Dis has been sneak outside the wall, she says. Catch you doing that, I'm gonna put a chip in your ear. You laugh. What a good joke. Your mom doesn't look. Laugh. Do what I want. Argument does not win you any favors with your mother. Okay, we're almost at max rebellion, which is good. Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana says, she exclaims. Comes in for a big hug. She smells so nice, like vanilla and flowers, and she's really good at hugs. It's for you, Tammy says. Steps back and reaches into one of her many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. Made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but a soy cake made just for you. Take a bite. Okay, it tastes like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly. That would make you happy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. Tammy's very good. Where is my cursor? There it is. It's very hard to see the cursor sometimes in the snow. An enemy has her mouth open wide to the sky, catching flakes of the weird snow that drifts from the sky. Tangy, she giggles. Bonuses based on age and your stats. Good to know, Hapabar. Also, oh. Get it. Tangy, like tangent. That's what we used to call her. Do you remember? Right, Tess. Tess is perched up on a big rock, silently watching the fort. It barely moves as you approach. The longer you look, the more you see. Hold this to your head now, my darling. You hear as you enter the garden looking for Cal. Help with the swelling. Yeah, here's one of his parents. Cal is sitting with his mother, Auntie Tara, who kneels beside him, holding an ice pack to his head. Cal's eyes are a little puffy, rubs them and sniffs as you approach. Hello, Sonosai, Tara greets you with a kind smile. Don't worry. Your calcitrance just took a little tumble off of something he shouldn't have been climbing. Also, yeah, Cal's name is long as fuck. Recalcitrance. Mom, Cal complains. It wasn't that bad. You're gonna be okay. Oh, Cal reassures. Just bonked my head a little. Always knows how to make it better, he says with a boyish smile. You would have old enough to take care of myself. My brave boy, Tira says, stroking his hair. Thanks for humoring me. She looks over to Hugh. Don't let him show off for you, Solana says. Ground-based feats of bravery only for the rest of the day. Cal whines and wrinkles his nose. Tira laughs and wraps him in a big motherly hug, rocking him back and forth. Despite his protest, Cal's eyes close in happiness. He really loves his mom. Ah, so cute. Spot your dad lying on the ground in the soft grass, looking up at the sky. Zooms his hand across his field of vision like a spaceship and looks over with a dreamy smile. Hey, kiddo, he says. Sometimes I can't believe we're back on solid ground. After 20 years in space, it still doesn't feel real. I was taking a break at our makeshift desk inside the domes. What's up, Solana say? Need me for something. Spot Mars tapping away at a holoscreen. She appears to be trying different clothing options on a digital doll maker. Look, Solana says, she says, showing you her work. You look like anything you want. I always thought it would look good with, like, horns, maybe. She hums. Maybe I can ask engineering about it. Also, yeah, Noah. That gets me too, Jenny. Also, Salia, is there a way to get animals up besides exploring? Oh, I missed some medicinal roots back there. Planet is full of all sorts of bugs. Little wrigglers, hopping beetles, shining creepers, and snaily things. Oh my. I'm gonna save for exploring, because if you choose the wrong thing, it can be bad. Only late in the game. Okay, so you can't really get animals up high enough for Cal's thing, can you? You just have to get friendship. don't really know how to get friendship with him that high. Like, Cal's thing biology. Maybe Cal really likes animals. I think he has an animal check in one of his friendship things. I wonder if it is biology to get it, but probably not. It's probably just friendship, I guess. This planet is full of all sorts of bugs. Yeah, you crouch in the long grass and explore square meter in great detail. So much to see, you don't even know what the names of things are. Might even have names yet. Touch one. Just +1 brief. Working in geoponic will help because you get events with him. Okay. Because I'm trying to think of how to get his event with his animal, because, you know, if you do that one, you can solve it through exploring. To get older, challenges can have conditions. There aren't any conditions in this one, so kind of weird to say that, but oh well. Can I not solve this? I don't think I can get better than this. And I really don't want to have to push through. Oh, okay. Okay, that works. Yeah, that was like the best score I could have gotten as well. I just got a really bad hand. Hopeye hisses and tries to bite you. Doesn't want to be touched. Throw your jacket over it, then carefully pick it up and put it in your pack. Crack the zipper a bit to get it some fresh air. That helps you make a little nest for it in an empty part of the geoponics barns. Every day you bring it food and water and gradually nurse it back to health. Cal takes an active interest in the recuperation. Utopia says the Hopeyes don't really have a gender, he says. So you're washing out the pen together. Maybe she just said they're both. They're really social. So what are you gonna name them? Hoppies. Cal offers the Hopeye a piece of bobber fruit. Cute. Hoppies plucks the fruit from Cal's hand and hops into your lap to snuggle down and nibble on it. Cal snaps a photo with his hollow palm and shares it, captioning it "Friends for Life." I've never had this before. I think. Crawl through the big drainage pipe behind the sports ball pitch, carefully sliding the metal grate back into place. Then hop out of the pipe. Straight into the barrel chest of Chief Surveyor Tonin. How do you get this? Huh? I never got this before. Straight into the barrel chest of Chief Surveyor Tonin. Well, he says, and tries to put on his sternest look. Fails. Wondering where you disappeared to, Solana say. I sent Utopia out with some survey drones to look a few hours ago. Lucky your parents have been too busy to notice yet. Should probably tell them. Start to sweat. Maybe you've already learned your lesson, he chuckles. Big hand claps you on the shoulder. We're playing outside the gates, okay? Yeah, whatever. And that's rebellion to the top. Can I sneak out anymore? Yeah, I can still sneak out. That's weird. Catch Cal at the gate to the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. Hi, Solana, he exclaims. Pause to pat your pet on the head. Hello to you too, Hoppies. I'm supposed to tell you there's a new park near Geoponics now, Cal says. And around all we want. Nobody will say we're trampling the fields. Come and play there sometimes. Bring Hoppies, they'll love it. I guess I should just be giving him like mushwood logs to get friendship up. Because I need to be doing other things than geoponics work. Because the geoponics work is not great for it. The stats it gives are not something it can really use. Like, it's just toughness and then friendship. Which I'd like, but... I don't ever really use toughness for anything. He likes bobber fruit too, yeah. He likes it the same as mushwood logs though, I think. I know. He likes bobber fruit more, but... I guess engineering up. Could go... Oh, yeah, we should go explore again because we still have heroic. It's so hard to see some of the collectibles in the snow. Well, specifically the roots. Okay. That's as best as we could get. Draw an extra card at the start of challenges, because we got bravery up. And then we've already done this challenge before, so no real point in reading it. Yeah, I'm sure I could have done better, but whatever. Yeah, we've already seen all this. Oh, here's Tonin again. You only get his annual event through that, though, it thinks. What, bobber fruit? Well, if so, I guess I'll give him one. Oh, geoponics, yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because, like, the other stuff, like the engineering events, you only get through doing engineering, you know? Stuff like that. I think I've done, like, all of the events in this area. Or, no, there's still, like, 2 in the earlier ones. I have no idea how I could have done that better. That heroic bonus was good, though. Ah, hello, Dalener. Jinglies. How ah. All collectibles glow. That's a pretty good one. Mostly because I just don't always see them. And then it's early pollen, so don't have that birthday yet. I can't do anything because of stress, so I guess I'll go rest in the garden because it gives me friendship with Cal. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank preserved for over 20 years aboard the stratospheric before your mother started planting them here on Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, though many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Wow, it smells so sweet. Thank you, Dalener. I'm doing okay. So peaceful. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. Really is. It's one of my favorite places in the whole colony. I really feel the love in every plant. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here, the Astronia, Mother's favorite. Seems to be growing faster than even native plants do. Coloring the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. In fact, you have to push clumps of it aside in some places just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. I don't want to forget either of those. And then there's no birthdays in mid-pollen. Oh, was that? No, that was just the flag. Thought that was maybe the glow of a thing. We'll try to get the geoponics event. Jenny. I actually don't have any allergies, and I'm like one of my only friends that does not have any allergies. Good morning, Solana. Looks like you're working for your old lady. Hope you don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're my daughter. Walks around geoponics wing and points out where everything is. Job is to move sod, compost, plants, garden waste, and equipment from one place to another. Comfortable with this, she says, pushing a squeaky old-fashioned wheelbarrow towards you. Questions before you start moving this dirt. Why not use hydroponics? In the ship we grew most of our plants with their roots in the water, and it's true that it's more hygienic that way, Mom replies. Brushes an insect off her arm, which lets out a loud squeak of objection. Hydroponic system uses too much energy. Here we have to grow as much as we can the old-fashioned way. That's my girl, your mom says, slapping you on the back. You stumble a little. Yeah, that tracks, Johnny. I don't really want red cards, which is a little unfortunate for this as well. So bad at math. Finish breakfast in the common area when Marzipan struts in. Look at you eating cereal, she says, turning her nose up at you. But you don't even know what day it is today. It's Valentine's Day. No, you dummy, Mars starts, then pauses and gives you a suspicious look. Wait, what did you say? Well, anyway, today, she announced to the room, is St. Valentine's Day. Does Timmy want over to hear more? Back on Earth, Mars explains, it was a day when everyone had to give their best friend a gift, especially sweets. Then you put the sweets under your pillow and it makes you dream about who you're gonna marry. There are decorations of hearts and arrows and pigs. Tammy cocks her head. They're pigs. Jenny. Oh, that reminds me, I finally have milk. I can have cereal again. I didn't have, like, regular milk for a long time. Before Mars can answer, Dis snorts. It's dumb. Mars' parent just made it up to get free candy. Rolls his eyes and walks away. Make sure you do it by the end of the day or it doesn't count. It's unfortunate because if you don't choose her as your best friend for this, she get angry. I think since we're just trying to level friendship with Cal, I have to choose Cal. Otherwise, I would normally do Dis or Tange, but I should get friendship up with them enough on my own. Cal is standing on top of a bluff, carefully pouring a bucket of water down the dirt on one side. It's covered in mud. Understands, Jenny. I like eat shredded wheats, which are crunchy, kind of, so... Check out my mudslide, he exclaims. He grabs a piece of sheet metal and slides down the dirt pile like he's riding a surfboard. Mud goes everywhere. Jogs back up and hands you the sheet of metal. You try now. Okay. Make it down without bailing. Get mud splattered all over your legs. It is pretty fun, though, like a hoverboard, but crunchier. Want to be best friends forever? Yeah, I figured you probably couldn't, because Tammy... he says, picking nervously at the hem on his short. Sure, I would ask Tammy to be my BFF. She knows how to make cookies. You should ask her to make you some. Thanks for a moment. I don't think she likes mudslides, though. Hey, can you ask her if you like? She likes mudslides. Thanks. Why can't we talk to him again? We just get to do that again. I guess I'll probably do Dis, because I want friendship up with him before Tange. Her friendship things happen pretty late game, like I think year 19. I do want friendship up with Nemi, but doesn't matter. And I do need friendship up with Mars, I guess. And this is one of the only opportunities I really have to give to get friendship with her. I guess we'll do it just to get her to 10 friendship. Because we'll get enough with Dis on our own. She hums, opening her hollow palm. Let me make sure I didn't promise too many other friends already. Pokes at her hollow palm, holding it so you can't see what she's doing. See, you have a lot of good qualities I'm looking for in a best friend. Yes, think of all the kids who applied, you're the most qualified for the position. Okay, Solana say. I see you as my best friend. Also, if you don't choose her as your best friend, she loses friendship with you. So it's probably better to just do this, because you technically get +4 instead of like -2. Ah, sneezy. Oh, because like it's technically a -2 unless you don't do it, but it's like a +4 since you don't get the -2. Remember the thing about the candy and fish some soy sweets out of the back of your pocket to offer her. Gotten a bit soft and warm. Flavor are they? She asked, holding each one up to the light to praise it. Oh, green fizz. Those are rare. Surprised you by handing the entire bar of chocolate. Whole week's rations, wrapped up like a present in a scrap of iridescent cloth. Marzipan always remembers her friend, she says, nodding benevolently. Marzipan funny. I think I chose Dis on my last run. He's just kind of awkward about it, but it's just, you know, best friend. I don't think it's anyone's birthday, is it? Late pollen, it's Tammy's birthday. I don't know if I want to give her anything, though. I guess I can give her medicinal roots, because she likes those. joined Cal at a particularly fragrant pile of compost. Trying to use his hoverboard as a wheelbarrow, carefully pushing compost off it into the pile. Don't you just love this? Your hoverboard? Yeah, it's cool. Dirt? I guess it's okay. None of these are the right answer. No, he laughs. I mean, just this. Waves his arms, dirt encrusted up to the elbows, taking the entire greenhouse. Get to help plant stuff and watch it grow. Even if we're just moving dirt around, we're still helping. Why do you like it so much? Well, he considers. I like digging holes in the dirt because it's so full of surprises down there. Found a worm. Wait, let me see if I can find her again. Sticks his hand in the compost and rummages around, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. Guess she got away. Says after a minute, she was real shiny, like a rainbow. Wait, he says, I just thought of a thing I like better. Shows his splayed hand, getting dirt under my fingernails, he says. I don't know why, but it's the best. I'm so fucking bad at getting the best score. I could definitely do better if I tried, but thinking's hard. I don't think I have anything for anemone, really. I guess just mushwood logs, because I have a lot of them. On a train together. Where did the sports ball pitch? Anemone shares the story about the time her brother Conway spiked the ball so hard he broke Utopia's nose back when she used to play sports ball too. She describes it in gory detail. Don't go easy on me, she exclaims. That's why we have med beds, right? Plus I might get a cool scar. Thumbs a blue scaled scar on her jaw, right under her ear. Thus is such a dry, hot season. Both suns are high in the sky, baking the usually lush autumnal jungle. There's a breeze, it's warm, and you guessed it, dusty. Parents are up every day before dawn, which comes far too early for your liking. Usually gone by the time you wake up and home after your sleep. So you have to visit them at work if you want to see them. Good morning, Gooseberry, your dad greets you cheerily. You come to see the harvest. Your mom and I are gathering crops from actual autumnal dirt this week. Sure, that sounds neat. Shows you around the rows of corn and beans from earth. I look a little yellow and scraggly, not what you'd expected. But your dad enthusiastically points out the vegetables are ready to harvest. Don't forget, he tells you, the Vertumdalia festival is coming up. Talent shown at science fair. I'm sure you're eager to participate, Solana say. Okay, I think I do just have to do geoponics again, because I have to try to get the Cal event. I'm not sure if I have enough friendship with him, but... His birthday is next month, so I shouldn't give him anything yet. Okay, yeah, you're pulling weeds from the garden beds when you see Cal scurry past you, moving with a purpose. Doesn't even stop to say hello before he disappears into a barn. Slip into the barn behind Cal, so absorbed in whatever's in that broken storage box that he doesn't hear you. You can do it, he whispers. Come on, go, go, go. Creep forward. The barn door creaks closed behind you, and Cal jumps. Solana say, he says, moving between you and the box. What do you need? What's in the box? Cal clenches his fist. Nothing. It's nothing. But if Cal is going to say next, is interrupted by a chirping noise from the box. Cal gasps and whirls around. You both rush forward to look. Inside the box is a pink caterpillar-like creature about the length of your arm. Blink up at you with big, multifaceted eyes. Its mouth parts wave at you and make a clicking, chirping noise. It's hatched, Cal says. Hey, little baby, welcome to the world. What is it? Don't know, Cal says. Looked it up on the surveyor archives, but nobody's found anything like it before. It's true, you have no idea what this creature is. You knew about this thing. Yeah, it showed up in one of the first shipments of mushwood, he says, rubbing its little nose. It's curled up in a little cocoon. Looked like a dried up leaf, but warm. Didn't want to throw it away in case whatever inside was still living. No one was using the busted up storage box, so... Little guy. Anyways, we can stop doing geoponic stuff now and just go back to exploring. What are you, little buddy? You look like a big old caterpillar, but cuter. Creature yawns, showing off circular rows of tiny, even teeth. Nestled against Cal's neck as he scratches it under the chin. Maybe we call you a dilly pillar? Touches one of its 6 white-capped feet. Socks. Socks the dilly pillar. You have socks. Hope nobody finds out. Same here, Cal says. Do you remember Miss Manners, the mouse we found in the stratospheric? Grown-ups wouldn't let us keep her. Wonder what happened to engineering. Maybe Tange knows. I have to hide her, Cal says, looking around. I think she'll be okay if I keep her in the broken storage box. Place the socks gently into the box and closes the lid. Go back to sleep, little buggy wuggy, he croons. Sleep tight. Ah, so close to getting the toughness we needed for the perk. It's time once more for Vertumnalia. Mood of the colony has been muted this year, ever since the attack during Glow. Everything is still cheerfully decorated and the feast table is still heavy with food, mostly soy rations. This Vertumnalia just feels different, way you can't describe. Colonists gather in the square for Governor Udicot's speech. What a year Vertumna has given us, the governor begins in her weedy voice. Stand before you, so proud of everything the colony has accomplished in such a short time. I just hoped that we would bring with us the best facets of humanity. Cooperation, resilience, and creativity. The events of this year have given me no reason to doubt my convictions. These creatures were unexpected, but I urge everyone to consider what it means for life here. Vertumna can sustain megafauna. That means conditions are good for us as well. Friends in geoponics are already working on the logistics of domesticated wildlife. Your dad, as second cultivator, stands and gives a sheepish wave to the crowd. It's a smattering of applause. Mars elbows you. Hey, she whispers, did you hear? My dad's say Udicot's gonna announce the depot's open to the public. Shoot a questioning look and she rolls her eyes. You know, shopping? Somewhere to spend all the kudos we've been saving up. There'll be candy and toys and makeup and nice-smelling soap, not the boring kind in the communal showers. You know the concept of shopping. They do it in the holovids from Earth, especially the ones Mars likes. But you've never actually done it. The colony provides you everything you need, but it would be nice to buy yourself a treat. My dad's given me an allowance, Mars says, shooting you a look of pity. Too bad your parents make you work for yours. When Mars tuned back into the speeches just as Udicot was predicted, announces the opening of the general store at the depot. Mars gives you a knowing look as she claps. Udicot gestures for the council members to stand. Finally, the council remains unchanged from last year. We are, as always, proud to serve you in the colony as your governor. Music starts up as Governor Udicot finishes. Thank you all for your hard work and your perseverance this year, she says over the ruckus. Together, we build the future. Competitor for the science fair is predictably Tangent. Project is on the tensile strength of various building materials, including that mushwood is the best choice when you consider not just strength, but also sustainability and ease of use. Tammy flakes out this year on her electrical project, but her booth is nicely decorated. Spent so long on the decorations, so she didn't have any time to do an experiment. We're probably going to have to push through here because we have not gotten great rolls. Maybe not. It's only a 19 goal. Yeah, we're fine. Secret, you've been working on a socialist experiment about delayed gratification. Sneakily studying with adults, taking notes on their snacking habits and their mood. Found that Seek and Dr. Instance rarely eat sweets, but Utopia and Antecedent do all the time. Correlate this with their attention span when you see them tackling frustrating problems. No problems you can control and repeat, like if a child backtalks them. Judges are impressed with your methodology. Instance, perhaps, a little begrudgingly. They award you first place. After the festivities are over, everyone takes time off for a much-needed break. Mars organizes a water fight that takes over the whole colony, even the adults. Brightens everyone's spirits, even in the thick heat of dust. You end up on top of the western wall with this, launching water-filled proof rooms down on an unsuspecting anemone in the sports ball court below. All seem like a neat place to hang out and relax. It's quieter than a lounge if you're looking for some solitude. Okay, that's how we unlock that. I forgot we kind of just unlocked that on our own. Mid-dust, there's no one to give stuff to. I guess we work on engineering because we need engineering up. just trying to figure out the logistics of something. Your first test already. Calm down, class, Hal smiles. This quiz is just to find out where you all stand, what you want to learn in this class. Help me to tell our personalized lesson plans for each of you. Test pings on your holoprobe when you open it. Starts suspiciously easy. Sure enough, every section is harder than the last, and you're quickly stopped by a question. You know, the teacher said you weren't supposed to be able to answer all of them, but you look over at Tange. Just breezing through the test, competitive gremlin inside you has an idea. We could cheat, but I'm fine. Yeah, we have this. This is fine. I don't have a 2 here, but that's fine. I don't know how I would have done better on that. Plow forward, skipping the questions you don't know and coming back for some of them later. It's a good strategy, letting you collect the easy points while not wasting time on the other ones. It is kind of weird this card is so baby, though. You got an A, which means advanced class. Still got some wrong. It's a little frustrating when the teacher tells you those questions were designed for much older students. Because we'll be working on advanced materials together, Tange says, impressed. That was a lot of stress for some reason. Hello, buddy. Kyle is doing some stretches in an open area of the garden. One of my mom's boyfriends is teaching me yoga, he says, looking at you from upside down. I can already do child pose and downward dog. Flops over and lies on his back. It's one of my favorite, though. And we get another friendship. Garden looks deserted, which is strange. Cal is usually here, taking care of the animals or playing in the dirt or fetching things for the adults. Spot a pair of dirt-streaked legs dangling over a piece of equipment. Clamber up beside Cal in the sun-warmed middle. Cal's distracted by something in his hands, but he looks up as you sit down. Oh, hey, Solana say, he greets you. I didn't hear you do that. Sorry. Look at what Tammy gave me. It says holding out a weirdly shaped doll with green stringy hair and lopsided eyes. She's the best, he says proudly. So cool that she can make stuff from what other people think is just garbo junk. Lies back against the machine, raises the doll to the sky, letting it block the sunlight from his face. Tammy's my best friend, he continues. I know we all grew up together, but Tammy's really special, you know? Yeah, she really is. Kyle looks pleased. Glad you think so. We used to play together all the time on the stratospheric, all of the time. Man, I remember one time. Kyle squints into the sun and rubs his chin. Sorry, it was just, before you got here, I was just thinking about how, 4 years old, I promised her we'd get married when we were old enough. God, you can flirt with him now? I wondered how the relationship with him even works. You can't be poly with them. So you have to split them up no matter what. Enemy teases me about it. Thinks it doesn't count because we were just kids, but I keep thinking about it, you know? Looks down at the doll in his hands. It's truly ugly, but maybe that's part of its charm. What do you think, Solana say? I can't just do the romance option for friendship, though. We don't have to commit. That didn't give us friendship, which is unusual. Usually does. What do you think, Solana say? It's romantic. Cal smiles and his cheeks turn a little pink. Do you think so? Really, that's... Oh man, that's... Looks away from you and strokes his thumb idly over the face of the doll. The stitching was done with a little more care. Almost looks like Tammy meant the doll to look like Cal. Well, if you squint. Thanks, Solana say, Cal says quietly. Means a lot. I hope she feels the same way. You and Cal spend the rest of the afternoon basking in the warm sunshine and chatting about growing up on the stratospheric. It's a little quiet whenever Tammy comes up, but otherwise it's a perfectly happy day. That's cute. They end up dating, Tammy and Cal. You can split them apart to date either one of them, but... You do get an achievement for it, so I'm gonna have to do it at some point. No, Solana say, you're alright. Mars says as you approach. Blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're an alright what? At your stunned silence, Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're right, she repeats. You actually have good taste, unlike all those other nullheads. Ever since we landed, it's been help with this. Mars... And don't waste resources on that, Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. Shoot the breeze with Mars a little longer at some point. Dis skulks out of the living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly trying not to draw your attention. Where is he going now, as Mars mutters to you. Raises her voice so Dis can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Dis. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. I can't remember if this makes us lose friendship. Shut up, Mars. Dis is cool. Say it loud enough for Dis to hear. He looks at you with wide eyes before scurrying towards the walls. Yeah, and then we get +2 friendship because we stood up to her, and she likes that. Huh, Mars says with a little smile. No accounting for taste, she seems to respect that you challenged her. She watches Dis disappear from sight and shrugs. Maybe you can get through to him. I've tried, but he doesn't care about contributing to the colony. Being popular, earning kudos, or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Mars laughs and puts her hands on her hips. You contribute plenty and you know it, Solana said. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? Her birthday's next month. And we still have a crystal cluster for her, so that's good. I kinda just want to do nothing. Because I need to explore next month. We'll work on some engineering, though, because I need to. Bring the supplies to Medbay when you see something unusual. Tangent curled up on a bench, her head pillowed on a rolled-up lab coat. She's fast asleep. Stop and stare. You never see Tange sleeping. It's always so busy. You're surprised she even has time to nap. You turn to leave her in peace when you bump into an enemy. Whoa, an enemy says. She hardly ever sleeps, like just a couple hours a night. She's sick or something. Look back at Tangent, snoozing peacefully. So jealous of her genetic enhancement, an enemy says. Like one of the scales spreading on her jawline. She hardly needs to sleep at all. She probably stayed up all night studying for this morning's history test. Let her sleep. Tange's hollow palm beeps a soft alarm. She sits up and stretches, looking totally refreshed and alert. She's used to watching her, looks annoyed. Just a power nap, she says. No reason to gawk. Oh gosh. Early wet, so it's Mars' birthday. Mars is watching her hollow screen intently. She trusts you before you can get a word in. They're about to kiss, Mars hisses, barely giving you a second look. Ha! Mars laughs, taking the crystal and turning it over in her hands, inspecting it. I had better birthday gifts this year, but I admit the crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Your dad is watching your mom work. You can practically see the hearts in his eyes. Mom's in... Jenny. Cute, though. Mom's an incredible lady, says dreamily. True love is hurtling herself in his face. Oh yeah, I've read this. Help with the animals. Dad is working with the float cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast. Keeps wanting to float away. Dad is building a spike so they can tie her down until she feels better. Hold on to the leash, feeling like a little kid with a balloon. Jenny is very cute. Big woolly, gassy balloon. Looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself reflected in them. Weird. Neat. Mom thinks that you like she hasn't seen you in a while. Wow, you're getting big, she mutters, shaking her head in disbelief. Cal is standing in the shelter of the garden shed, pulling on his boots and poncho. I love it when it rains here, he exclaims. Everything gets all muddy and slippery, and nobody says, Cal, why are you so dirty? Go take a shower. This sits before a collection of rocks, grouped by color and texture. Holy shit, he's so autistic. Okay, I was kind of just saying he was autistic coded before, but no, this is autistic. This is very autistic. As you watch, he takes another rock from his pocket and stacks it with his kin. Looks up at you. What? He says flatly. You've never seen rocks before. I'm not going to give anything because it's already his birthday this season and you can only give gifts once per season. I think I missed out on an enemy's birthday. I can't remember. Tibum. I need to go out exploring today, though. Yep, here it is. Hear screams from just over the next bluff. Human screams. Crest the bluff to see Tammy's father, Chief Surveyor Tonin, being attacked by something you've never seen before. A four-legged creature with a huge mane of flowers, mean reptilian face, two wicked claws. But is this a manticore? You've heard of fierce creatures like this outside the walls, but you never expect to see one up close. What is it doing so close to the colony? Uncle Tonin is pinned under one of the creature's pointed legs, struggling to get free, but the manticore keeps dancing around like it's playing with its food. You can hear it from here, growling and clicking its mandibles. You can watch him just die and then leave. But you snuck out. If you try to help, he's going to know you snuck out, and your parents are going to be so mad if they find you out here. Panic rises in your chest. How could you even help him? It's a huge, deadly monster. Try to distract it. Hide behind a tree and throw a rock at it. It bounces harmlessly off the manticore's flank and clatters the ground. Manticore is undisturbed, which is more than you could say about yourself. Uncle Tonin shouts in pain, running out of time. I don't know if that's a good play, but it's probably like the best I can do. Just get rid of that card. Break through the tree line, yelling your battle cry. Manticore looks up from terrorizing Tonin and decides you could use a bit of terrorizing yourself. It roars, a deep, angry sound you can feel liquefy your guts. Literally nothing on you except the few rocks you could pick up from the clearing. Manage to piss off the ferocious manticore that decides to go after you instead. Maybe it just thinks it'll pick off the smaller, more tender prey before coming back for the main course. Either way, it leaps off of Uncle Tonin and starts towards you. As you're about to engage with it in the most one-sided battle of your young life, smell the crackle of ozone in the air and the manticore howls in pain. Uncle Tonin must have distracted the manticore long enough for him to get his plas rifle. Manticore turns and flees, and you run over to Uncle Tonin's side. Solana say, he gasps. I don't know why you're out here, but I'm glad to see you. Together, you manage to limp back to the gates. We find afternoon in a med bed, which is a relief, but you're even more relieved when you don't get in trouble for sneaking out. Don't know what he told your mother, but it was a miracle you weren't grounded for life. Basically, if you don't get the ability to sneak out, and you don't, have the perception to save him, he just fucking dies there. Like, permanently. Chief Surveyor Tonin has come to your quarters to personally thank you for saving him from the manticore. Ever since you returned, Tamley's barely let him out of her sight. Stammers out her thanks as well. If it weren't for you, she'd be an orphan. Oh, you both a great debt. Both owe you a great debt. Ah! Tangle Noodle, thank you for the follow. Stepping down as Chief Surveyor, Uncle Tonin says. I think it's about time I take up a job inside the colony walls. I wasn't born for a life outside a ship, I think. He squeezes Tammy's hand. Someone like Utopia is the youthful... my throat. Reflexes, stay safe out there in the jungle. She'll do great out there as the new Chief Surveyor. Thank you. For that matter, so would you, he continues. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. One moment. Oh, wow. It's just one of those automated Medicaid messages there. It's like, hey, you can get a doctor if you want. And it's like, yeah, I know. Hi, I'm doing well. You weren't supposed to be out there, but I would have died if you weren't. Let's count for something. Utopia offers you a spot in expeditions, you should take her up on it. You'd have done the same. Perry ever sent you with a basket of cookies. She's written thank you on each one in flowery writing. Wow, 50 kudos. Tarun holds his hand up, pressing you off. It's important to me, he says, because you'll be around to see my little girl grow up. This game knows how to hit hard. Slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. Look around for Dis, but he's nowhere to be seen. If you went to class today, probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying from one of the expedition vehicles. Pull back the tarp that keeps from being blanketed with fungal spores. Find Dis curled up in the cabin. Wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. Okay. Fine, Dis sniffles. Just leave me alone. Do you want to talk about it? Why don't you go ask my sister? Tanja's so mature. She knows everything. Just a sensitive little crybaby who doesn't know anything. He straps his arms around his legs and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. I don't think that gets us really anything. Yeah. Yeah, this is a sweetheart, Jenny. Tanj furrows her brow at you as you approach. You again, she says. Why do you keep pestering me? It's not as though you've done anything to impress upon me your usefulness. With your blank look, Tanj rolls her eyes. What I mean is, we're not friends. We want to study together. I think this study together event actually makes her start talking to you like a friend, so it's very funny. You and Tangent sync your holopalms and play a game where you race to assemble chemical compounds using a simple programming language. Tangent is a whiz at it and breezes through the levels, barely breaking a sweat. Tell she's hiding a smile when she looks over your shoulder to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. Maybe I need to focus on some friendship with her. I can stop exploring for a while because I did the thing that I need to do. And I don't think there's anything I need to do until like next year. And that might actually be the year after. No, I think the pollen is next year. So I guess we'll just focus on engineering from now on for a good while. Tell her she's hiding a smile and she looks over your shoulder to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. And it's mid-wet, so... I don't think anyone has anything new to say. Hey, Sprout, your dad greets you. How are your classes going? I know it's hard to sit in classroom while there's so much to explore. But I think life is going to get easier for you if you take the time now to learn about a lot of things. Perhaps, who knows, maybe you'll be running this place one day. It's field trip day. You and the class visit the engine room to study how the ship works and how it continues to power everything in the colony. Congruence joins you. If you want to know anything about how the ship works, she's your woman. Well, not woman exactly, but, well, she's just very smart. Robo power is good, but only sometimes. Hello and welcome, children, Congruence chirps. You're standing at the beating heart of the colony. Ship's nuclear reactors. Don't worry, you're safely shielded from any radiation. Your sensors are very sensitive. Power contained in these reactors is enough to sustain the colony for the next 20 years, Congruence explains. It'll be more than enough time for us to develop an eco-friendly power source, such as wind, water, solar power. Pay close attention to Congruence. She explains how the stratospheric was salvaged by the Vertumna group and fitted with an artificial intelligence, Congruence herself, to guide you through the wormhole. The stratospheric was originally built as a vanity project of one of the very richest people on Earth, she explains. It was never launched and eventually donated to a museum. Vertumna Group pooled their resources to acquire this ship, she continues. Funding the retrofit as a colony vessel required contributions from many people, most of whom could not join us for the journey. We are honored by the cryopreserved embryos we carried with us to the stars. What about the gene tech and nanoprinters? Point out there's a lot of technology aboard the stratospheric for a plucky little spacefaring colony. Where'd it all come from, anyway? Congruence just smiles. The technology was acquired for the betterment of humanity, she replies. Do not concern yourself with the specifics. Keep that line in mind. It expands upon that a lot going on. Cryo what knows? Cryopreserved embryos, Congruence repeats gently. Donated by those who helped found our colony. They're not here with us. May their legacy continue with us. But your blank look, Congruence laughs. Perhaps this a topic better suited to life science, or require further information. Through independent study with Chief Steward Incident, or Chief Engineer Instance. What happens if you break down? Well, hopefully that won't happen for quite some time, Congruence replies. Barring something physically incapacitating me, such as massive power failure or concerted attempt to destroy me, I'm naturally self-repairing and resistant to attempts to manipulate or infect me with viruses. Smiles, don't worry about me, children. I'll likely be here to teach your great-great-great-grandchildren. Wonderful work, everyone. You all paid attention very well today. Make this pop quiz much easier for you. Congruence's hall projection erupts into fireworks with the words pop quiz, and class groans in unison. Congruence laughs over the speakers. Just kidding, she chirps, echoing through the engine room. You're free to go. Also, that little art is funny that it just showed us the, The like room we were in is actually the robotics lab that we don't have unlocked yet. I don't think... Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I don't think I can score any higher on that, which I was right. And then I get the engineering perk, I think. Late wet. New perk. Draw an extra card at the start of the challenge. Have a... I like medicinal roots better, so we'll do those. Seems you remembered my birthday, Tange says, taking the roots and turning them over in their hands. Lip curls and a taste of the dirt that still cling to them. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set these roots aside to analyze later. Turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. Don't see Dis at first, but you hear rustling, followed by the screech of metal on metal. A few minutes of looking, you spot Dis placing large rocks in front of a piece of corrugated metal leaning against the wall. Stops and looks at you. You didn't see anything, he says, going back to covering up his tracks. For my birthday, he mumbles. Oh, thank you. Looks like it's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while you were exploring? Ah, that's cute. I guess we just work on engineering now. I can't help but wonder what would happen if you trans Dis's gender. Help the younger students with their architecture work. That you mean you help them scavenge a bag of random spare parts and adhesives from around the colony. Challenge them to make the tallest structure possible. That's predictably a disaster. You tell them to make the most structurally sound one instead. There we go. I still don't really understand how I could have done that better, but oh well. Mom gives you a stern look. Be careful, she warns you. Now that we know for a fact it isn't safe out during glow. Once you have your venturing close to the walls, stay where I can see you, close to the ship. Dis pokes a glowing bauble bud with his toe. See it had snaps free and drifts up into the dark glow, slowly breaking up into little luminescent specks. Make a wish, he says. Oh. Oh. Cute. None of you is running around the sports ball pitch. Com says the most important part of defense training is knowing when to run away. She half says you're on pass. Good thing I'm so good at running. Further your engineering knowledge, you're taking a mini-class with Chief Engineer Instance on the construction and maintenance of your holobombs. It's Devices are engineered bismuth crystals embedded in your palms when you start school. They use the heat and electric current of the human body to power themselves, to talk to each other, connect to the holonet. Congruence massive repository of information. You can barely remember life before yours. Hello, right, sorry. Hello, right. Holopalms were commonplace by the time the Vertumna group first formed on Earth. The square bismuth is grown in the lab, Incident explains. This physical device itself isn't hard to maintain. The difficulty... thank you for the resubscription. So the physical device itself isn't hard to maintain. Difficulty is in the display and touch interface. Instance opens her holopalm, displaying a visible projected screen floating above her palm. As chief engineer, she also has one of the fancier versions that combines with a pair of eyeglasses to superimpose. What a long sentence. A projection right onto what she sees. The interface relies on plasma voxel generators, which require extremely small components that are impossible to nanoprint. Material will have to be mined from Vertumna itself. Tange raises her hand. Is it possible to hack these devices, she asks. The biological electronic interface is so thin, is it possible to hack the human body? In a way, we've already begun to hack the human body, Instance replies. What do you call gene tech? Everything the body does and is capable of depends on 4 amino acids in different configurations. It's no different than congruence. Human and artificial intelligence are both built from a limited code, which is transformed into more by the building. Your genetic enhancements, super hearing and sight, temperature regulation, increased resistance to fear, disease, and fatigue, all present in the human genome, unlocked by the power of science. Class splits into working groups to explore installing modules onto your holopalm. You and Tangent are grouped together. She begins installing a mod that will let her scan inorganic materials and get a reading of their chemical compositions. What do you do? Download your own mod. Tangent raises an eyebrow, impressed. What module do you choose? I don't know if these actually affect anything. I chose something to help find lost objects before, but I feel like Nonogram might give us some engineering skills, but bacteria sense... let's do bacteria sensing, because I need biology. Dyes. Holopalm can now help you analyze the presence of over 2,000 different kinds of bacteria and other unicellular organisms. It'll be helpful in your studies of bacteria, biology, mycology, and medicine. Out of best score 41, I'm so bad at math. Jenny! It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner, adults worrying that attack is still coming, and others who think the first one is a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shushed so people don't panic. Gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the classroom to the creche to hide under tables, waiting for the sirens to call all the clear. Drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Just as glow is starting to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon again. Sirens start. Reading a hollow novel in bed when you hear them, followed by the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. Alert flashes on your holopalm. Shelter in the creche. This is not a drill. Got another message from your dad. Me and Mom are gonna stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Follow Auntie Anne to the creche and wait for us, okay? Worry, we're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. I would normally go fight, because it gives us a nice buff for exploring and such. But someone dies here if we don't do something. You could go to the creche where you belong, or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening at the gates. As you peek your head out the door, you're struck by a horrible premonition. Someone's in danger in engineering. Blink and shake your head, but the feeling persists. Also, for those of you who have joined since, this is from a past life. So it's because I've done a run before where the character died, I know that they're going to die now. Because there's like time and multiversal fuckery going on. Oh, I get heroic for this too. Okay, I get the buff either way. Don't know what compels you to go to engineering. It's nowhere near the walls, and the corridors are as quiet as you approach. You burst in the classroom to find Professor Hal, cornered by a small, chittering thing. It's moving too fast to tell what it is. Every time Hal tries to get around it to flee, climbs up the walls and keeps jumping at him. He's fending it off with a tablet, but he's getting tired. As you watch, the thing leaps at his throat and tears a chunk out of him. Hal screams in pain and crumples to the ground. Must gasp, so the things turn to you and lunges. Not great rolls. Okay, no, we'll be fine. It's -2, so the +1 doesn't do anything. Oh well. I don't know how I would have done better. It's possible to hit the thing. It's so fast. It's like a smear at the edge of your vision. What you do manage to do, though, is lure it inside the classroom and get congruence to slam the doors shut. Here, beating against the doors, you run to Hal's side. Congruence guides you through how to hold pressure to Hal's throat to stop the bleeding. With stars, there's blood everywhere. Eventually, the doors open and Chief Engineer Instance runs in, directing some of the security team to load Hal into a stretcher and take him to medbay. There's no sign of the creature. She surveys the carnage. Good work, Solanace, she says grimly. Might have just saved Hal's life. Shoulders droop. Must have crawled over the walls. Buggers. You return to your quarters. Your parents are horrified to see you covered in blood. Relieved when you say it's not yours, then horrified all over again when you tell them about Professor Hal. Dad checks his hollow palm, then tells you they got him to medbed quickly enough that his injury should heal in a few weeks. Saved Professor Hal's life. Life-saving. Pog. Okay. I'm starting to get tired, plus we've been going for like 4 hours. Plus, that's a good note to end on, because that was the start of a new year. So I think I'm going to end here. What year is this again? Year like 2. Okay. It's actually year 3, because your birthday is next month. But yeah, I'm unsure when I'll next stream, honestly. And I'm unsure if I'll stream this game again. But I would like to do more of this game. I might try to keep this run off of, like, only on stream, but also, like, I have a shit ton of runs I need to do, and they take, like, probably 8 hours each. Because we got about halfway through almost. Well, actually, we didn't even get halfway through. We took a long time because I'm reading everything aloud. If I'm not reading everything, it takes about 8 hours for a full run. So, you know. We'll see. I might just do another run, and like speed run, because I would like you all to see what happens in that run I was just doing. Though to be fair, we were going to let me just change this. What? We were going to do multiple run things in that run once we got to the point we could. So I don't know. I might just do another run and speed run to where we got to. Oh, I know what I can do, actually. I can just work on the runs that, like, require a completely separate run. And we can do the multi-runs on stream, if I do that. Because there's plenty of runs where, you have to do stuff that, you can only do one thing per run, really. Whereas we're currently doing a run where I can save at a certain point, get an ending and then load and then get another ending. So I'll probably just do the like singular runs off of stream, especially because like they have less to do with the story everyone has been seeing so far. Ba 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 ba. I guess we'll raid Sarah because Sarah is live. Doing some Xenoblade Chronicles, which I don't really know anything about that game, but we will go watch nonetheless. Also, let me fix my OBS real quick. Everything just got a little shuffled around because I changed the size of it. But yeah, I'll see you next time. I don't know if it'll be for this game or what, but it shouldn't probably be as long as last time. I'm less fatigued now. And like, well, I still need to conserve energy a bit. I'm less fatigued. And I've had more time to myself, which has helped with my like brain ADHD. We'll see how my ADHD brain goes though. Cause like I was honestly not that fatigued for the last week. But my ADHD was so bad that I couldn't really play anything. But yeah, I'll see you all next time. I'll make an announcement. Goodbye, goodbye, Bat, and goodbye, Jenny, and goodbye, Abby, and goodbye, Right. Bye, bye. I have to press the button, so give it 10 seconds for the raid to create. Bye, bye.